it's actually a $28,000. $28,000 because you walked into the forest. Yeah. Yeah.
99 is science stupid bogan.
Yeah. Well, no, it's impressive how stupid Canadians can be. This is why I just hate our country so much. Especially, like, you should see the shit I see on social media with these Canadians. Just like, they pretty much want to go to war with America. Like, they essentially want to go to war with America. And like, yeah, but it's so stupid. I see Canadians talk about how, yeah, imagine if Donald tried to invade us, we would destroy them easily. And then, like, you can just send them stats, and then they call you a traitor because I say, well, I'm a Canadian. Look how big our, like, I literally have the stats I sent them. Check out these stats, man. It's funny when people say, yeah, we could destroy America if they tried to invade us, or whatever. Look, okay, so this is the United States. The United States military has a large active duty force with over 1.3 million personnel. All right, now let's check out Canada. Approximately 68,000.
Oh my god.
That's not it though. That's not it. So the U.S. also has 800,000 in reserves. So even if they start going through all those, they have 800,000 people in reserve. So they essentially have like 2 million people versus our 100,000 people because we have 27,000. So what's like who would win? 2 million or 100,000?
Not even 100.
But no, don't even. That's not even it though, Auntie. But USA total aircraft 13,000. Canada 351.
Oh my god.
Fighter aircraft almost 1,800. 66. Attack aircraft almost 900. 0. Yeah, we could totally beat them.
Oh, that's concerning.
Yeah, aren't they stupid though? And you share that with them, and they don't even have anything good to come back with. They just say, you're a traitor to Canada. What, because I'm stating obvious facts that we would get absolutely obliterated? If anything, I'm not a traitor to Canada, because we should be realistic and be like, we can't beat America, let's negotiate. I think Pierre Poilievre's an idiot too, though, because Donald Trump hates Pierre Poilievre, because he was talking shit about Pierre Poilievre, so Pierre Poilievre wasn't even negotiating. He wasn't talking shit about Donald Trump, but Barron Trump, Donald Trump's son, before Trump was elected again, Barron Trump asked Pierre Poilievre to come on his podcast or something. Barron Trump has a podcast, or like they're gonna do something together, and Pierre Poilievre shrugged him off and didn't respond. And then Barron Trump found out that Pierre Poilievre was talking shit behind his back. So he wasn't talking shit to Donald Trump, but he was talking shit about his son. So Donald Trump hates Pierre Poilievre.
You see that, Peck? How about you get off your ass and give
No, but that's what I'm saying. I don't think even Pierre Poilievre would negotiate. Like our conservative party, this is what I'm saying, Anthony. Our conservative party are liberals. Like they call them Maple MAGA. Pierre Poilievre was not Maple MAGA. He wasn't even a real conservative. It's like calling Doug Ford Maple, and that's what they did. They called Doug Ford Maple MAGA. Because a year ago he was supporting Donald Trump and stuff, and now you see Doug Ford like premier in Ontario, right? And he's all for Carney. He's like, yeah, Carney's a good leader. There's nothing we could do with Trump. Trump is terrible. Like he's so against Trump and stuff now, and whatever. I guess you have to do that in the current political state of Canada. Everybody's so against Trump. But it's not even that. It's like saying Mark Carney's an amazing leader and stuff. Like, what the fuck? You're supposed to be conservative. What is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Like, it's funny because the Democrats are so weak in America. Like, that's why Trump is able to get away with so much now, because they have the majority and stuff. The Democrats are so weak in America, they're not liberal, and that's why America has become so conservative, because the Democrat Party's so weak. But it's the opposite here in Canada. Our conservative party is so weak that they're like bending the knee and becoming liberals.
To me, house like this screams trouble.
What, the walking corpses weren't enough
Yeah.
of a red
Like, when have you ever heard Pierre Poilievre say, we need to slow down immigration and start deporting people? We need to lower the legal immigration rate, and we have too many criminals here from other countries that we need to deport. You know, like, that's what Trump says. Yeah. Well, especially if it's like a sexual crime, eh? Yeah. Like, cause they have like almost no social norms, and you know, even if some of those things are unacceptable to India, or like wherever they are, Pakistan, they can get away with that shit. Like, for example, groping a woman on a sea train. Like in India or Pakistan, they can just get away with that. There's so many people, it's such a large crowd, there's no cameras. They just get away with that, right? In Canada, they just say, oh, it's like India. And they'll grope a woman on the sea train. And it's like, oh, I didn't know.
I know one of my friends the other day called me and said, and she said, her husband's back in Pakistan, and her ex-husband, like, apparently is sending her death threats on the internet.
Things are pretty dog shit as it
Till
is.
today,
No need to make
the
it
only
worse.
reason
You
I'd
got
be
it?
caught dead in redneck territory is the barbecue.
Ugh, stop right there. With all the dead meat around here, you'll put me off pulled pork forever. See? Can't be hungry if you don't have a head.
Well, and you know what else is crazy? They're good to everyone but white people. Like, you know, white people pretty much are natives here now, right? But it's funny because they're so, you know how they're lenient to Muslims and Indians, especially because they're like, the government's like, oh, it's their culture, it's their culture. Well, guess what? In Nova Scotia, so apparently fucking every year, there's some natives in Nova Scotia get together in the forest and do this, like, parade thing. This, like, weird-ass parade thing in the forest. And the Nova Scotia government, the only exception they made since they put this in place the past, like, 2 weeks, is for these natives to go in the forest and do this, like, fucking parade dance thing. Yeah. But imagine if white people were like, we want to have an exception to go have a barbecue or a campfire in the fucking woods. Oh, $28,000 fine for each person.
You always met who you learned from the bank until the dead end. Ask Bazaars.
No, I'm just shaking it all off.
We famously
Sure.
solved that problem.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. It's funny, it's not even stopping the wildfires either. Wildfires, even when it's not in place, they're just getting bigger and growing, you know? It's like, they're not slowing down, keeping people in the forest and fucking stopping the wildfires. Well, and do you know how much money they're spending on that fucking aid to Gaza now? Yeah, and like I do feel really bad for people in Gaza. Like every day you see these videos of people like I want to show you something. They're really sad. Like it does tug your heartstrings, but at the same time it's like that's Gaza and Canada has problems.
Yeah.
Even if our problems aren't as bad as the people in Gaza, especially our children, we still have problems, and those are Canadian tax dollars that should stay in Canada,
Yeah.
not go to Gaza, especially if helping Gaza puts our country at risk with Trump's tariffs. Trump doesn't want us doing that with Gaza, especially recognizing them as statehood. So why are we hurting Canada to help Gaza?
Well, that's it. When we have our own major problems here that we need to deal with. And our own people struggling. And yeah, they're not like walking
Oh, yeah,
miles
see, look.
for a
Look,
piece of bread. Oh my god.
Those are the kids. There was this one really sad one I seen the other day. There's so many.
Yeah,
Not
I've
even,
seen some of the babies. They're like dying.
yeah. I think this is the one I seen, but this is a short video. So. Oh yeah, look. They're trampling over each other, and you know when we drop those packages, including in Canada, we drop the packages in the aircraft. They're like heavy crates, and sometimes they fall on people and touch them and kill them. So even the aid can sometimes kill people because they're all fighting for it. They want to be the closest one to it. So when it's dropping, they're pushing each other, and then people can fall, and the crate can just drop on them.
And that's like super or something.
Yeah, that's not our aid. The aid we send are like the flying packages.
Yeah.
Like these ones. That's what we send.
Yeah, like parachutes.
Yeah, and sometimes those can drop on people. And that's fucking heavy. Like, that'll kill you.
Well, yeah. Oh my
Oh,
god.
yeah, you can see that just fell on them.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so those guys are probably dead. Yeah.
Oh my god. Take one for the team, I guess, right?
Yeah.
I know what a sad world we live in.
Yeah.
Do you want me to take your garbage down when I go?
I guess. This kid says, I wish we would die.
Oh yeah, I mean, after so long of suffering, you probably just get in that head state, right?
Yeah. So you can see why people hate Israel, but at the same time, we shouldn't help either side. We should help Israel.
Well, it's just not our shit. I mean, it's sad and but it's not our shit. This is years and years of government problems and war and.
Well, that's what they call it. They call it a forever war because it'll be a forever war until either Gaza is taken over, and nobody wants Gaza to be destroyed or taken over, and nobody wants Israel to be destroyed or taken over. So it's a forever war.
Yeah.
If either one exists, they'll always be fighting forever.
So what are we gonna do? Support, enable this kind of? It's sort of like enabling it by being like, well, we'll save you with our money that we need.
Like the Ukraine-Russia war will probably end eventually. Like
it
that.
will.
And that's the thing, Zelensky, Trump is meeting with Putin in Alaska today or tomorrow, without Zelensky. And Zelensky says they're ready to surrender and give up land to Russia with security guarantees. So they want the United States and Europe to be able to, because they were never able to do that, to come into Ukraine after they give up some land. So I think if they do that, Russia will never invade them again. But Trump obviously just wants Ukraine to give up land without the security guarantee, but Ukraine won't do that. So eventually, once they come to an agreement, there will probably be a security guarantee, and Ukraine will have to give up a bunch of land. But then after that, the war will hopefully and probably never happen again. But with this, this has been going on since World War II.
I know. And it just gets worse, not better. It's so stupid.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go, I guess. If you are going back to bed?
I don't know. Why does it matter?
Well, I don't know. If you want to, I guess there's not really much to do. It's pouring rain out there. Terrible.
Yeah, it's cool how I can cook even when it's raining.
Yeah, you got a cover out there. That's good. And even at night. And how's the propane tank? I mean, obviously still pretty full, right?
Yeah.
Far from home, you and I.
Yeah, that thing's for full barbecues.
What do you think of the decaying West?
That's what I'm saying though, it'll last a long time. It's for an entire full barbecue.
I could weave his left nut to get that fucking elevator working.
Is it fun finding things? I think it is.
They're always having breakdowns.
I found out that homeschool program is for people with addictions.
Yeah, and I think there's people who don't even live there that live outside the building. I've seen people live behind that dumpster back there. There's that fucking picnic table that they go on at nighttime. You'll see people going around that picnic area with their fences. So I think people, homeless people, just go there too that don't even live there.
Yeah, they just go probably to drugs.
Yeah.
Placing that trap. Don't protect on it. Yeah, I know it's tempting.
Bonus for fire sale.
If I get a complex because of you, I'm gonna need to
Free
switch careers.
Palestine!
Seriously,
Isn't it crazy? Have you seen all the protests here in Canada for
My
Palestine?
people like to say, you're being a proper see you next Tuesday.
Yeah.
I am looking forward to meeting you in person, even though I am not actually a person.
suppose Uncle Sam gives out medals for marksmanship. Maybe settle for a bit. I've sort of fucked up outboards more times than I can count. Changing a fuse? Piece of piss. Semtex out!
Max armor.
Job done. What's next? Looking for the Outbreak Convention. It's another hotel.
How much money again did we give Daily for that fucking, or that car for the mirrors or whatever? Just 100? Just want to make sure that we really pay for that shit. I punched the shit out of that window too. I wonder if I broke the window at all. I punched the mirrors up for that, but I wonder if I fucking, like if I did anything to the window. Like I was punching the shit out of that window. It didn't break, but. Assault!
I want you to know, when all this fuckery is over, I'll miss you most of all.
So if you go to bed,
Windows open for evac. Get it while it's hot.
Hey, I don't care. I don't care. I'm not doing that. I'm not. I do want to go to the store. It costs more money.
Insta-kill.
Oh yeah, what shit? Breach of what? Oh, conditions. This is a free country, isn't it? I got conditions to live. That's a free country.
I'm just warming up, baby.
I thought this was a free country.
Max ammo.
Yeah, my air fryer is broken, hey? Yeah. It's not plugged in, but yeah, it doesn't turn on here.
Tear them to pieces.
I know. Well, I can still use the element for it. Yeah. The fucking one in Mayfair place is like that tiny one, remember? It didn't have a light in it. Yeah. The one in Mayfair place I think was the worst
Grab a mop
one.
and a bucket. Where you going now?
Guys, crouch. Me and the card feeder is stuck on the ground.
Yeah, that was the Ukrainian couple or whatever. And then someone moved into the bed bug place too. There's people who just move into these shitholes and they're like, oh, it is what it is.
Max ammo.
Oh gosh. Okay. Yeah, they meet tomorrow. What? What do you mean? It's Vladimir Putin and Trump's first time seeing each other since his last presidency. Well, yeah, they got in a fight because when he wasn't a president, he didn't have any power, so Putin just like didn't care for him. But now that he's the president again, Putin kind of cares. That's crazy that they had Biden ventrification in for 4 years. Okay, let's go. Let's check it out. Okay, cool. Thanks.
Fucking sticky.
Double pull.
You want a medal?
Keep those nightmares coming. Fun if there were lollies inside once in a while. Listen, fuckers. Efficiency is key when running a business. This is me being efficient.
Max armor.
Now's a good time to clock out. Air traffic is low.
The summit will take place at a US military base, Huntsville's largest city. Some Anchorage residents believe it's the ideal locking bridge.
It's going to be a safe location for them. I think
trying to build a coding agent that basically advances llama research specifically. I would guess that like sometime in the next 12 to 18 months, we'll reach the point where like most of the code that's going towards these efforts is written by AI.
It's clear that big tech is having a competition over whose language model is the largest, because the race to AGI will define everything in the future. They're so sure that these CEOs are now spending hundreds of millions for data centers and coaching partners, all just to get a leg up in the race. And then you've got Apple. With OpenAI building ChatGPT and Google working with Gemini, there was just silence around it. But seemingly for Apple's fans, especially the CEO Tim Cook, there was nothing to be worried about. While other tech companies scrambled to reach AGI, Apple took their time. Tim Cook hadn't grown Apple's empire to $1 trillion by rushing products out the door. The playbook was to wait, see how the competition tried things, and then to do it better. Lots of people expected it would be the same with AI. Ever since ChatGPT went mainstream in 2023, Apple fans have been patiently waiting for their take on technology. Google, Microsoft, everybody was jumping on it. And so the first opportunity Apple had was at WWDC 2023. The annual Software Expo turned to general purpose high jump. Modern generative AI had been out for very long, but people were still hoping. Surely Apple had been ahead of the curve. The fans just got the yearly iOS update and used the new intuition, but nothing about AI, which was quite surprising. Instead, the big reveal was just the branded Google Vision Pro. It was new Apple technology, but it wasn't one of the most important technologies in the world. The thing is,
You made it here, and you are alive. Splendid. Soon we shall be able to bring that agent back here.
First time in America. And it looks as shagged out as expected. That's a better death than you deserve.
I wish I could come greet you in person, but my physical form is... Well, you'll understand once you descend to my bunker.
Underground. Everywhere we fucking go, we end up underground. This view's out of slingshot, I'm fucking done.
After all you've endured, all the miles you've traveled, I regret there are just a few tiny little final tests.
Dad will be kicking my ass right now for not demanding overtime up front.
Insta-kill.
We say in the biz, got plenty more where that came from.
Double points.
Still haven't wrapped my noggin around what we're using to gas up the Sentinel thing.
They call it prima materia. That's some bullshit alchemy term. We need something more scientific. Peck particles. There's a nice ring, don't you think?
Max armor.
Every cartel boss and arms dealer I ever met had a villa, plantation, or might seem cool to some. To me, a house like this screams trouble.
What? The walking corpses weren't enough of a red flag?
Exactly.
None of this stuff. Intelligence rolled down to entire features and other products got so much better. Improved series still hasn't even been released today. Apple now saying they're hoping for a 2027 rollout. All in all, the release was an unmitigated disaster. The shareholders even sued, and Apple's loyal fans felt a sting of betrayal. iPhone 16 users who had shelled out hundreds or even thousands of dollars for intelligence were left with pretty much nothing. The iPhone 15 was almost exactly the same as the iPhone 16. This was one of the most trusted companies in the world, with one of the best reputations and amazing products. Now, they're just rushing things out the door, letting it working just for a quick buck. For lots of Apple's more casual fans, it was completely unexpected. But for people paying attention, this was yet another chapter in a very long disappointment. And to uncover what was behind the blunder, we really need to go into how Apple has changed over the past decade and a half. Now, it's really impossible to overstate how much Steve Jobs and his legacy have done for Apple. Years and years later, it still feels like the company exists in its long shadow. But their next CEO, Tim Cook, has arguably done a lot more for Apple shareholders. You see, Steve Jobs laid out the groundwork. He did all the hard parts. He created the amazing products, worked insane.
I've applied to over 100 jobs on LinkedIn, and that's just LinkedIn alone.
The job market right now is... I'm Caitlin, I'm a university graduate, and I applied to 647 roles before I got one. Nobody will even give me an interview.
I basically am not able to get a job.
I really don't understand how people are finding full-time jobs. I really don't get it.
These are not outliers. This is the current reality of an entire cohort. 20 years ago, the grand path of life was a lot simpler. Go through school, graduate, go to university, get a degree, and waltz right into a job. A job in an industry where you'll spend the rest of your life. Simple, but explain that to your average 22-year-old and they'd laugh. It's no secret that things have changed. But over the past year, things have changed even more. Job listings are dropping, while job applicants are rising. And the result? A full-blown unemployment and underemployment crisis for the youth of today. It's leaving many young graduates navel-gazing.
Class of 2025, we need to talk. If you're a recent grad struggling to find a job, and it's not just you, it's the numbers. Jobs have gone down, and the number of qualified applicants continues to rise. The 3-month moving average of the unemployment rate for recent grads currently sits at roughly 5.3%, well above the national average of 4.2%. This is a historic anomaly. This is likely the first time the number has ever been this high for new grads, ever. What this shows us is that entry-level jobs are being taken by AI. Now, it's happening.
Sadly, this is a worldwide trend. In Australia, graduate job postings keep falling year after year. All the while, graduates pour out of universities like a factory. In the UK, uni graduates are facing the toughest job market since 2018. More than half of college graduates are considered unemployable. China had a youth unemployment rate of 17%. But over in the US, recent grads are now more likely to be unemployed than the general workforce. All of this is absolutely devastating for those who have worked so hard to secure their future, only to feel like they've been lied to. So what's causing it, and how long will it last? To help with clarity and understanding, I've split this episode into 3 sections. Number 1, is AI really taking entry-level jobs? Number 2, how trade and tariff concerns have caused a hiring freeze? And number 3, the post-pandemic job market slowdown. If you're a student or recent grad, stay tuned. We'll talk about what can be done about the situation and what might still be worth studying to crack a job market this bleak. And lastly, I wanted to hear from you guys, so I ran a poll on my YouTube community page, and we'll dive into some of your comments and votes at the end of this episode. So, let's take a look at the employment crisis of young graduates.
You are watching Fusion TV.
It wouldn't be a stretch to say that for many people out there, the scariest part of future AI is potential job loss. Since the Industrial Revolution, humans have always worried that technology would steal their jobs, and this traces back to the 19th century, when Luddites and textile workers would smash mechanized looms and set mills ablaze. Every major tech or automation wave has come with a wave of anxiety over what those inventions might do to us. But somehow, it's always worked out in the end. For example, the invention of the horseless carriage killed a lot of jobs, but created thousands of new jobs in making, selling, and servicing automobiles. Today you hear economists, and of course tech giant CEOs, singing a similar tune when it comes to AI. But the difference here is that although AI may just be a tool, it's different to any other tool that's come before it. It's literally the first tool that humans have invented that achieves general cognitive labor, and people are now starting to realize what that means. This is Andrew Cole. He recently posted a semi-viral video about how 3 of his skill sets have been replaced by AI 3 separate times. I'll play a portion of that for you now. Listen closely to what he's saying, especially in the context of the rest of this episode.
AI has ruined my life. Now, I know that might sound dramatic, but let me tell you why. I've always loved creative endeavors and projects, and I worked for a YouTube channel as a writer. To this day, the script I wrote for a series, it really took off. It got 3 million views. We made a second video, and that became the second most viewed video on the channel. He fired me. This guy then used AI based on the scripts I already wrote to make more lower quality videos, keeping the same series going. He's gotten millions of views ever since. So then I thought, well, publishing books on Amazon, because it looks like I have a knack for writing. These gurus on YouTube got rich from searching keywords and generating a book using AI to write books. I just simply can't compete. I can't write that fast. I'm not here to complain, right? But it's just dawning on me that I can't compete with this AI. And that's the problem that has basically been messing me up for 3 years. I've been trying to run for the last 3 years from the mass acquisition of skills, lowering the bars for skill sets to the point where your skill set suddenly becomes useless. And AI has been central to doing that to me. I wonder if anyone else feels like they can't escape their skill set being completely devalued by whatever new AI technology comes out next.
After listening to Andrew's story, you just can't help but feel for him. So some might say that Andrew's story is just what always happens when humanity progresses. Gen Z is just going to have to adapt to AI. But the flip side is, what's happening to Andrew now might happen to a large proportion of us in 5 years, myself included. As an example, even though a Cold Fusion video could take a month to make totally by hand, when the video is posted, there's always a flood of comments saying that the video is AI generated, and that I'm AI, and it just makes me think, and really shows me where we're at. Anyway, this isn't to doom a video, and of course we'll get to solutions and ways to navigate later in the episode, so don't worry. I'm just highlighting Andrew's story because it's the reality of our times. It's very much worth thinking about and discussing, however uncomfortable. So to answer the first question at the start of this episode, yes, AI is taking graduate jobs. Back in 2023, Goldman Sachs predicted that AI could wipe out 300 million jobs. 2 years later, we see some evidence of that, from low-skilled jobs to admin roles or creative jobs. White-collar jobs, and even degree-heavy jobs, are all at risk now. AI can do some of that stuff, of course, and we all know, right now, it's with varying degrees of success. For example, a recent report found that 55% of companies regretted replacing their workers with AI. But it would be naive to think that AI's capabilities will remain the same forever. Anthropic CEO Dario Amodei warns that AI could wipe out half of all entry-level white-collar jobs in just the next 5 years. And there's signs of that too. One Oxford economics study found an, quote, unusually high unemployment rates among graduates in technical fields where AI has made faster gains. Industries like computer science and finance. Some tech companies aren't even bothering to hire junior developers anymore, just mid-level and up. Others are racing to build virtual workers that can replace junior employees. For example, when the day comes where AI can code reliably without human expertise for bug fixes, what do you think corporations are going to do when it comes to junior employees?
Almost everybody who sits on a stage like this would tell you it is vital that your children learn computer science. Everybody should learn how to program. And in fact, it's almost exactly the opposite. It is our job to create computing technology such that nobody has to program. Everybody in the world is now a programmer. This is the miracle. This is the miracle of artificial intelligence. For the very first time, we have closed the gap. The technology divide has been completely closed.
As it stands, AI makes plenty of mistakes and can't be trusted on face value, and human supervision is still necessary for many jobs, but that could change at any moment. Soon, one human supervisor plus AI could replace 10 workers in certain fields. But we can also look at this more positively. This also means, given the skills and drive, future AI systems will also enable one person to start their own company when they couldn't before, and that can be good news for lost graduates. But back to AI supervision in a more corporate context. In Europe, human supervision for high-risk AI systems is written into law, but many other countries, like Australia and the US, don't yet have guardrails like that in place. So, what's next? University degrees in AI supervision. It sounds farcical, but anything is possible. The most obvious solution, at an ideal level, is if you're heading into university or heading back to university, choose your lane carefully. Even though AI is at its beginning stages and still sucking its thumb, it's going to improve, so seriously consider upskilling in AI. But that being said, let me offer another point of view. I'm just playing devil's advocate here. Now, there's a small chance that we could be seeing a repeat of the dot-com bubble. In other words, there's a small chance that the current AI systems we have now could be reaching a limit that we're not aware of yet. Basically, we're overestimating their future potential. As Google and Facebook came from the ashes of the dot-com crash, so will the next generation of AI systems. There might be a lull for a few years where people realize AI isn't as good as promised, but then we'll see a second wave of AI progress in a few years. So some jobs may be safer than we think, at least for the time being. But however, if that's not the case, and AI keeps on improving as rapidly as it has been, some advice would be, if you can't beat them, join them. According to Corey Cantiga, head of economics at LinkedIn, quote, employers may have not figured out what they're going to do with AI, but they want to bring in people who are likely to be able to work with it in the future to set them up for success, end quote. There's no harm in having that feather in your cap. For those who have just graduated, things could take a little while to settle, but it's really not the end of the world. It's not unusual for people to change careers. Even for me, I have an engineering degree and was working in the oil and gas sector, but I've ended up here. So by all means, continue to look for a job, but also don't be afraid to start a side hustle or a business if you have that passion. There's more tools out there to help you than ever before. Just wanted to say that before continuing. Interestingly, some people have taken advantage of this new landscape. Take a 21-year-old Roy Lee. He was expelled from Columbia University. Why? He built an undetectable AI tool that could do exams and interviews for him. His tool was popular and caught on within the university. After he got kicked out, he founded a startup, raising millions of dollars in funding in just a few weeks.
His app works by taking screenshots of a problem in real time, then runs them through a large language model that generates a realistic path for humans to pretend like they're actually solving the problem. It runs as an undetectable overlay for screen sharing software, and also moves the window around the screen so your eyes don't focus on the cheating material. And these techniques bypass software used by the interviewers to detect cheating. It actually works, and he got offers from bank companies like Meta and Amazon. And it's poetic that the very companies who have publicly stated that their goal is to automate software development with AI still need to hire humans and are having their interview process totally ruined by AI. Amazon doesn't like poetry, though, and when they found out that Roy cheated, they snitched on him to Columbia and demanded that proper action be taken. Well, based on this confidential do not distribute letter that Roy posted on Twitter, he's been kicked out of Columbia, and Roy is on the right track to become a tech bro billionaire. His app is already on track to do over $2 million in revenue this year.
One solution to this problem for young professionals is to branch out on their own through entrepreneurship. In 2023, individuals aged 18 to 24 are starting businesses at higher rates than any other age group, making them the fastest growing cohort of entrepreneurs in the US. In fact, young entrepreneurship is at near record-breaking numbers, but it's no secret how overwhelming running a business can be. Even freelancing as a one-man show is a challenge. So where on earth do you start? This is where our sponsor, Odoo, comes in. Odoo is a business management software that helps businesses and advanced freelancers streamline their operations. Odoo covers everything from CRM, accounting, HR, project tracking, to inventory and e-commerce. Let's say you're a small cafe. Odoo lets you build an e-commerce store for online sales, track orders through points of sale, send invoices, manage stock and inventory, and sync it all with your finances. No more juggling 5 different apps or spreadsheets. It all works together automatically. It's powerful, flexible, and surprisingly affordable. Your first app is free for life, and the full suite starts at just $24.90 US. More than 15 million users trust Odoo, from solo freelancers to full-fledged businesses. So if you want to run your side hustle like a pro, check out Odoo by clicking the link in the description. Thanks to Odoo for sponsoring this segment of the episode. And now, back to the story. For many of us, it's the first time tariffs have been such a red-hot topic. Whether they actually hurt or help an economy overall is a story for another day. But in the context of the job market, one thing is certain: when companies get nervous, they stop hiring.
It's a tough time to look for work, and if you're a recent college graduate, it's even more daunting. In 2025, companies are less likely to hire, and employees are less likely to quit or retire, leaving less opportunity at the bottom of the career ladder. AI is threatening to replace entry-level work in fields like tech, and law school applications are ballooning beyond what the industry can sustain. President Donald Trump's cost-cutting efforts have wiped out jobs in government agencies, nonprofits, and public health. It all leaves young people, who spent their teen and university years preparing for the future, barreling toward a career cliff.
According to Brett Ryan, an economist at Deutsche Bank, the uncertainty around trade and tariffs have led to a low hiring but low firing environment. While companies aren't exactly panicking, they're not bringing in new talent either. In essence, it's an employment freeze. You'd think that it would make more sense to hire college grads since they're young, educated, and cheaper to hire. Well, not exactly. Harvard economist David Deming explains, young workers are seen as investment, like capital, and in uncertain times, investments are the first thing business cuts back on. LinkedIn's chief economist, Karen Kimbrough, also observes that companies aren't looking to hire entry-level workers, as they, quote, often take time to learn the job. And the numbers back this up. While technically, according to some measures, unemployment in the US is low right now, around 4%, that statistic covers up a real crisis for young graduates. For college graduates, the unemployment rate has been 6.6%, the highest in a decade, excluding the pandemic. It's the first time that the college graduate unemployment rate is higher than the general unemployment rate, and that's saying something. According to the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, in the US, hiring has slowed to its worst in a decade, and astonishingly, job cuts are up 47% year on year. Even MBA graduates from elite schools like Wharton and Stanford are struggling to land jobs. While Australia might face only a 10% tariff on exports to the US, our small open economy makes us sensitive to shifts in global activity, and this shows up in the job market. Even though unemployment has stayed near a record low of 4.1%, the economy actually lost 2,500 jobs instead of adding an expected 20,000, which, according to the Wall Street Journal, is proof of, quote, businesses growing concerned about the haphazard nature of US trade policies. While it's still too early to pinpoint exactly what's killing off graduate jobs, so far these two reasons make a lot of sense. Entry-level graduate tasks are the ones that generative AI is likely to do best, at least in a limited capacity first. Think basic analysis, emails, and research. So graduates are getting hit twice. The jobs that AI can do, it will, and the jobs that it can't are being paused by economic uncertainty. All of this isn't to mention ghost job postings, where companies post fake or already filled job positions as open positions. This is usually to give the appearance of boosted company performance, to get data on candidates, or other reasons. According to Quartz, more than 60% of companies surveyed say that they post fake jobs, quote, to make employees believe that their workload would be alleviated by new workers, and 62% of companies do it to, quote, have employees feel replaceable. Crazy.
Many people are frustrated by applying to these kinds of jobs but seem to have no intention of hiring anyone. So you are in a position of trying to find a new job. Of course, you don't want to waste your time applying for those jobs. But it turns out all those open job postings that you see online might not even be real.
We'll get to what you guys are saying about this job market at the end of this episode. But for now, let's move on to the third reason for the struggle of young graduates. The worst of the pandemic might be behind us, but there's no denying it changed how we all work. But now, it seems that things are reverting back again. Remote jobs, in theory, could have been the great equalizer, opening opportunities to anyone, anywhere, and for a brief moment, it was. Now the remote work boom is over, and workers just don't want to let go. Only 1 in 5 jobs on LinkedIn are remote or hybrid. Yet, they're getting 60% of all applications. During the Great Resignation, many people left their jobs chasing more money and fulfillment, the hallmark of a healthy job market. This cleared the way for new workers to move in and move up. Also taking the US as an example, job hopping isn't paying off like it used to. Back in 2023, the people who switched jobs got about a 7.7% pay rise, and those who stayed got a 5.5% pay rise. But now, in 2025, the situation has flipped. Workers who stayed got a 4.6% rise, while job switchers only made a measly 0.2% more. Customer success specialist Josh Vogel told the Wall Street Journal that after being laid off from a $170,000 a year job plus bonuses, he accepted a new role paying $120,000 because, quote, "No one is paying like they used to. If you don't like it, there's 50 people behind you they're going to call afterward," end quote. What we're seeing feels like the return to the baby boom era of workplace loyalty, or at least a subtle echo of it. Between economic anxiety, AI, and global trade instability, it's no wonder that so many workers are choosing to hang on to what they have. Fewer people quitting means fewer backfill opportunities. This can clog the entry-level ladder and create a domino effect. So we all get it by now. There's some real problems, but we need real solutions. So what are they? For a heads up, according to this study, here are the sectors that are safest from AI. Jobs such as a pile driver operator, rail track layer, water treatment plant system operator, and dredge operators will have you sleeping very well at night. But writers, sales reps, historians, or translators, not so much. So where can graduates turn to now? Accounting? Well, in the future, AI could be a threat to that. Nursing and healthcare? Yes, that's AI-proof and will be safe. But not everyone wants to do that. And besides, in a lot of cases, low pay and burnout are real. Computer science? AI shakily handles the very basics right now, but tech companies are quick to jump into using AI over humans anyway. Graphic design, the arts, journalism, copywriting, animation, those fields are too risky to even think about seriously anymore. Education is a bright spot, but burnout and pay is also a real issue. The civil, mechanical, electrical, or oil and gas engineering fields seem okay for now, but that doesn't leave a whole lot of choice. Bluntly speaking, the safest sectors are anything that involves physical work or face-to-face human interaction. So, what to be done? Many of Gen Z are turning away from university and finding their path in blue-collar work. It's an interesting development.
A historic drop in U.S. college enrollment. U.S. college freshman enrollment is on the decline.
Many schools have seen those enrollment declines already. And jobs that traditionally require college degrees are no longer as reliable as they once were. Gen Z, the youngest generation in the workforce, are saying no to the college experience. Instead, they're entering blue-collar jobs in skilled trades that don't require a 4-year degree. They're gaining skills that allow them to then go out and start their own business. And that really allows them the opportunity to set their earning potential as they go forward. And as older blue-collar workers begin to retire, it may be that Gen Z rises to fill the skilled labor gap.
According to Geoffrey Hinton, aka the godfather of AI, artificial intelligence will replace paralegals and call center jobs. But for a truly AI-resistant job, consider being a plumber, or any trade that requires hands-on skill and judgment. In fact, tradespeople might have the upper hand now, especially as the value of a university degree drops.
What would you be saying to people about their career prospects in a world of superintelligence? What should we be thinking about?
In the meantime, I'd say it's going to be a long time before it's as good at physical manipulation as us. And so a good bet will be to be a plumber.
Many students do use AI to get through their degrees, so have ended up in a strange loop. Students rely on AI to get degrees, and they need those degrees to get jobs. Jobs that might not exist in a few years, due to, well, AI. So what are we really doing here? As time progresses, real value-added work in the physical world will increase in importance. Well, until the robots come. That's a half-facetious joke, by the way.
Robots are stealing human jobs faster than anyone predicted, and 8 major industries just proved human workers are becoming completely obsolete. Waymo autonomous taxis are already serving 200,000 paid rides per week with 0 human drivers, while Amazon deployed 750,000 warehouse robots that sort packages faster and more accurately than any human worker. In China, robotic gas station attendants refuel cars without human help, and robot chefs trained on 5 million recipes are cooking restaurant-quality meals with perfect precision every single time. Boston Dynamics robots are now operating professional film cameras and performing backflips while capturing movie scenes, completely replacing human camera operators who spent decades mastering their craft. The most terrifying example is robots repairing high-voltage power lines because utility companies realize machines never get electrocuted, never fall, and never demand overtime pay or health insurance. These aren't prototypes or future concepts. Every single one of these robots is working right now, earning money for companies while human workers get laid off and replaced.
To add to this, while degree holders still do earn more overall, the quote university wage premium, that is, the earning gap between graduates and non-graduates, is shrinking in America, Britain, and Canada. To give you an idea just how much things have changed since the good old days, only 22% of US adults say that a college degree is worth the cost. After all, it's one of the most expensive purchases most Americans will ever make.
Millions of Americans have one thing in common: a crippling amount of student debt.
As for Australia, the number of degree holders in low-paying jobs is growing. Meanwhile, in China, there are so many graduates that the job market has collapsed. After all, if the whole entire job pool is full of qualified standouts, then no one is really standing out.
These entrepreneurs are racking up thousands of followers online for their unusual proposals.
In my company, we pretend to work. There is no activity. You're unemployed, so come to me and do what you want.
In the heart of the business district in the Chinese city Chongqing lies a fake company.
This is the reception area, but there's nobody there.
Here, about 15 people pretend they're working.
This is an office with a nice view, but we only use it to play video games and take naps.
In actual fact, these fake employees are jobless.
I take photos of my work environment. My family always asks me what I do. I can give them proof.
This is a bogus business registration certificate she will later show her parents. A growing number of young people in China say they are seeking these companies in order to avoid judgment from others.
The job market is not good, and when you have a real job, you often have to work overtime.
China's youth unemployment jumped to 17% last year, but experts say that figure could be much higher.
But let's try and have a more positive stance to finish off. If you don't feel like studying a trade, you don't feel like nursing, or any kind of engineering sans computer science, maybe using AI ethically to start your own business might be the way to go. There's more tools out there than ever before that when combined with human creativity could produce something remarkable. The bottom line is now and in the future will look very different to how the world has ever looked before. But there still are options. If you're young, you still have the most valuable resource of all, time. And you can use that time to figure out how to navigate an admittedly difficult and challenging employment environment. Alright, now let's take a look at what you guys are saying about this job market. Firstly, in the poll, most of you said that the job market has deteriorated in the past year. Now I do understand in hindsight that this wasn't the cleanest data set, as it skewed towards those having job issues, and there was no option to just see the results. But what I was more interested in was the comments. Judo Planet has an interesting viewpoint. He states, AI application tracking systems have obliterated the integrity of simple applications. Without awareness and proper tailoring, your application will never reach human eyes. If true, it would be yet another way that AI is changing the job market, but this time from the employer's side. Defiant Feeling states that it's hard to compete against candidates using AI in interviews. I guess it comes down to a personal decision if one would want to use AI themselves to up their chances of landing a job, but it's a crazy world that we live in that that's even an option. Barbarossa06 on the employment side notes that there's a flood of applicants lately where there used to be a drought a few years ago. Javadamart states that his company is basically cutting out graduate contract offers over the past 3 years, from 100 plus to 0. Any hopefuls must apply after graduation now. Joe VER and Everyday Skeptic were both having problems getting a job. Joe still hasn't been successful, while it took Skeptic 8 months to find something. there's a similar sentiment from Chat89789 in South Africa and Heo0 in Finland, the latter of which thinks that it's the worst job market he's seen in a decade. So according to this, and I do agree that the data is weighted, it does still look like a tough time for some of you out there. I do wish you all the best in finding something eventually, and at the very least, I hope that this lets you see that you're really not alone. Broadly speaking, this really is an adjustment period for the world, and we can only hope that things work out for the better on the other side, whether that's just the market improving by itself, or structural changes from the bottom up, like people becoming entrepreneurs, or from the top down society-wide. After all, humans are extremely adaptable in aggregate. Alright, so that's about it from me. If you want to see something else interesting, I've done an episode on the birth rate decline in Japan and the West. When all the statistics are laid out like in the video, it's somewhat surprising to see how the demographics of the world will shift in the coming decades. I'll leave a clickable card to that video after this. So thanks for watching, my name is Tagogo, and you've been watching Cold Fusion, and I'll catch you again soon for the next episode. Cheers guys, have a good one.
Have been largely unsuccessful. 2 years ago, in the 2023 legislature, we had a piece of legislation that specifically regulated cryptocurrency mining. It limited their participation in the demand response program. It prevented them from getting local tax breaks, and it required them to register with ERCOT. Didn't even get refiled this session. For a bill that passed the Senate to not even be refiled this session, that says to me that lawmakers' minds have been changed by something about whether this is an industry that needs to be gotten control of or not. We reached out to the senator who sponsored the bill, Lois Colthurst, but she declined to be interviewed. Cheryl Shadden has lived in Granbury, Texas for almost 30 years and has been taking daily readings of the noise levels. She works as a nurse anesthetist and says she hasn't gotten a good night's sleep since 2022, and her backyard looks directly onto the giant facility.
What do you say to some people watching this who would say, I couldn't live there? Why don't these people just move?
My house is paid for. My house and property is paid for. Who would buy this place? You have to disclose. My property value has gone down 75%, and that's according to Hood County Appraisal District. The reality is my property value is worthless.
Hood County Commissioner for Precinct 2, Nanette Samuelson, has been working with Cheryl and other residents to incorporate their community into its own municipality so they can create a noise ordinance since they're currently in an unincorporated part of Granbury.
They can zone things different, residential or commercial. They can put in noise restrictions. There's just a lot of different options available for municipalities than there is for unincorporated county.
And so what has it been like for you as a lawmaker trying to help your people but not being able to?
It's very frustrating because I see the impact on their lives. Sorry. And there's just nothing I can do.
It's the Wild West out there. Our systems take a while to catch up to these problems, and so it doesn't have the equivalent regulations that protect health and protect communities, like the oil and gas industry or power plants or other sectors that have been around for decades or hundreds of years.
Hood County is a rural, mostly Republican place with a population of 65,000 people. President Trump got more than 80% of the vote here in 2024.
And what about President Trump? His family is in the crypto business, profiting from this. What do you make of that?
I have nothing against President Trump because I think his intentions are good, but I don't like the crypto thing. The way he's going about it is not pleasant for all of us.
Did you vote for President Trump?
Yeah, we did, but
How do you feel about that?
they are literally killing people out here. No, I don't like it at all.
Wish I could have a good talk to him. I wish he'd come over and pay me a visit.
Do you regret your vote for President Trump?
Could certainly bid for him, yes. I don't have a problem with the industry.
what a problem it's doing to people here. I think that's being ignored.
Did you vote for the governor?
Yes, I did. But I won't do it again. State politicians, all they see is dollar signs. They don't see people. You're just going to get to a point where I guess somebody has to die to get somebody's attention.
Not everyone here blames politicians, though. Larry Potts and his wife voted for President Trump. Extremely poor health. Larry had a heart attack and a stroke. They say they aren't against Bitcoin entirely and don't blame President Trump for Granberry's problems. But they do blame the companies.
This chart shows that they're all, even at the highest level of government, from the president on down, they're all connected to these corporations and money tied to Bitcoin.
I have no problem whatsoever with these guys investing in Bitcoin. None. No more than I have any problem with you investing in your investments. But here's what I have a problem with. It's with them being concerned about whoever these people are. Make sure they're abiding by the rights of the people they're around.
After traveling across the state, it's clear that there's a tension between the politicians and the big corporations who are benefiting from Bitcoin mining and the people who have to live next door to these facilities who are feeling the impact. The takeaway, though, is the residents here aren't stopping their fight until they get peace and quiet and justice for their community. Before you go, please support our work by liking this video and subscribing to our channel. We're always looking to tell more stories like this one, unpacking economic systems that impact all of our daily lives. Are there other issues that you want to see us cover? Sound off in the comments, and again, don't forget to like and subscribe.
We start, though, at the White House, and President Trump.
Today, got my groceries today. Got my groceries. Oh look, Aslan's got some food now. Aslan's got some food now. Aslan's got some food now. Woo, woo, woo. Woo, woo, woo. Some ribs for the barbecue. Some pizza for the oven. Brussels sprouts for the barbecue. Yeah, I got some salmon for the barbecue. There's another salmon. Salmon in a bag. Oh, look, you came for the food. You came for the food, right? Didn't you come for the food? Is that what you came for? You don't want the food anymore? The food. Look, there is wet cotton here. The food. The food. I hear it. Oh, you need water. Nothing. What is that? You're like, I'm here. What is that? That does not look very good, actually. That dude, I think that's fucking disgusting. Good to have nice water. Water! know you need water to survive. Oh yeah, there's stuff and a bunch of sticks. That's gotta go in the freezer, man. For now, at least. There's a bunch of sticks here. A lot of sticks here. But, yeah. That's, oh, the celery's gone plastic. It's gone plastic. Too bad. You want that? You want that? Chicken here. This is, like a chicken breast.
To say he had a very good call with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and several European leaders today. He also thinks Friday's discussions with Russian President Vladimir Putin could set the table for a trilateral meeting that includes Zelensky in the near future. While speaking in Berlin following that call, Zelensky said, though, there is no chance for a ceasefire without the three leaders meeting. He also believes Putin is bluffing about his desire to end the war. The virtual call took place 2 days before President Trump is scheduled to meet with the Russian president. That'll be at Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson. It's located on the northern edge of Anchorage, Alaska. And President Trump discussed today's call, as well as the potential for additional talks with the presidents, Putin and Zelensky, during an event to announce this year's Kennedy Center honors.
If the first one goes okay, we'll have a quick second one. I would like to do it almost immediately. And we'll have a quick second meeting between President Putin and President Zelensky and myself if they'd like to have me there. And that would be a meeting where maybe it could be absolutely work. But the first meeting will not work that out. But certain great things can be gained in the first. It's going to be a very important meeting. But it's setting the table for the second meeting.
Let's bring in White House reporter Aaron Navarro. And Aaron, thanks for being with us. All this is coming together so quickly. What more are we learning about who was on today's call and exactly what was discussed?
Nancy, good afternoon. We know that President Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, who is actually in the United Kingdom right now for a visit to a U.S. military base, Ukrainian President Zelensky, German Chancellor Merz, France President Emmanuel Macron, and many other European leaders were on this call. This was a moment that both Zelensky and European leaders wanted to be able to talk to President Trump, share their thoughts with him before this meeting with Putin on Friday, since that will just be the U.S. and Russia there. As you mentioned, President Trump described this call as, quote, very good, very friendly. And Zelensky in Berlin told reporters that he was able to tell President Trump and others on the call that he believes that Russian President Putin is bluffing in his discussions with U.S. officials about potentially coming to a ceasefire or ending the war altogether. Zelensky added that sanctions from both America and European countries should be placed if they do not agree to a ceasefire after this Friday meeting. So both what President Trump said as well as other European leaders is that the goal, at least, of this Friday meeting is a step towards and not accomplishing a temporary ceasefire.
And Aaron, given the strong words there from Zelensky as well as the other European leaders, is there a sense of how today's talks
women doing DoorDash. If the economy is not fucked up, I don't know what is.
Did y'all know that
living in America experience changes?
This is the first time in the history of the United States that there are 4 generations of workers.
Spent decades working only to watch your savings shrink and no part of your body wearing down. Retirement is hardly the
Welcome to Liberty Falls. You've traveled halfway around the world. Now let's get this finished.
First time in America. And it's shagged out as expected. If I had time, I'd have done worse.
People don't want to be there. They're walking in with bad knees, bad bent over. They can barely make it into the building. Average 65-year-old in 2024 has to have at least $100 million in retirement savings in order to live. All in one talk.
Once you get inside, make your way down to my mainframe chamber. I cannot wait to see you.
Underground. Everywhere we fucking go, we end up underground.
Some final preparations remain to activate the Sentinel artifact. Only then can we bring back Nexus from the dark.
Great. More mystic puzzles, yeah? Fuck me dead. See, was that so hard? You don't always need to be such a massive twat. Still haven't wrapped my noggin around what we're using to gas up the Sentinel thing.
They call it prima materia. That's some bullshit alchemy term. We need something more scientific. Heck, particles. Has a nice ring, don't you think?
Every cartel boss and arms dealer I ever met had a villa, plantation, or mansion. Might seem cool to some. To me, a house like this screams trouble.
What, the walking corpses weren't enough of a red flag?
Double points.
That's one for the folks of Liberty Falls.
Until today, the only reason I'd be caught dead in redneck territory is the barbecue.
Ugh, stop right there. With all the dead meat around here, you'll put me off pulled pork forever. I've spent almost as much time fixing shit as I have killing shit.
Dare them to
Pieces. The attorney picked up holding on the Max Ammo.
Gosh, this place reeks of rich douchebag. You got a word for that in Russian?
These people don't want to be there. They're walking in with bad knees, back bent over. They can barely make it into the building. Do y'all know these people are chained to their jobs because they cannot retire, because they won't have health care? Yes, they have sacrificed and dedicated 30 years of service, but because they're too young to receive Medicare, they are still enslaved to that job. One of the greatest countries in the world has not figured out how to expand health care for everyone. Now your grandma and your granddad is still working when they should be at home enjoying the fruit of their labor. Y'all talk to me in the comments.
Yeah, I'm seeing this as well. Many people are not retiring because they can't afford to. And that is so unfortunate because you guys did so many years. You put in the time, you did the work, and you still have to continue working even after you get to the retirement age, which is so unfortunate.
People talk about retirement like it's some kind of guarantee. Like as soon as you turn 65, you're promised this life of ease and comfort. For many of us, it couldn't be further from the truth. Because when you spend decades working only to watch your savings shrink and your bills piling up and your body wearing down, retirement is hardly a reward. It becomes a privilege that too many can't afford. And nobody wants to talk about the shame in that. The way it makes you question your worth. And all those years now all of a sudden mean nothing. But you're not invisible and you're not lazy. You're living in a world that doesn't value experience the way it should. This hits home with you. Drop a comment so we can remind each other that we're not alone and that we still have something to say.
Could you explain this to me? Why? At 54 years old, and my husband's almost 60, our whole entire life, well, entire life, but you know what I mean, our adult life, we have worked hard. We have raised two beautiful kids. We've paid our bills. We've paid our taxes. We are nowhere else. We still live paycheck to paycheck every week or every 2 weeks. Our retirement, little, very, 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 very little. Where did we go wrong? We're good. Blessings for that. Good family life. You know, we didn't do extravagant things in our life. We're still struggling paycheck to paycheck. There again, we don't have much and we want to retire. We want to retire before I'm in a wheelchair or I can't walk. I want to be 90 and not retire. So if you have any answers, please let me know. I have one that I found. And if you're in this situation and would like to know more information, put purpose in the comments and let's get together and talk.
I was reading a news article yesterday, and in the news article it said that the average 65-year-old in 2024 has to have at least $1.46 million in retirement savings in their IRA or their 401k in order to live comfortably. So by 2050, the average American, 65 years of age or older, or whatever the retirement age at that time, more than likely to be 70, will have to have an average of $3.36 million in their retirement savings in order to live comfortably. So I say that to say that, like, don't stress yourself out. Whatever you're doing today, keep doing it. Don't let people pressure you about not climbing the corporate ladder, not opening that business. Like, live for today and just make the best of it. Because at the end of the day, if you're not a millionaire by the age of 65, then you're probably going to be struggling. And I talk to these people every day. I talk to people about transitioning their employer-based accounts to retirement individual accounts, and they constantly tell me how they do not have enough money to keep these accounts going. They do not have enough money to keep these bills going, to keep the same benefits that they had when they were working, because after they retire, they're only given a fixed income unless they're making more money than that. And a lot of people retiring now do not have $1.46 million in their retirement savings. So live for today.
Most people will not retire, or they will have to majorly downgrade their lifestyle when they do. This is because they are dependent off of a company or government pension alone, which little do they know, come the age of retirement, it's not going to keep up with the cost of living, and they will not be able to afford their day-to-day expenses. Instead of waiting for a certain age to retire, what you should be doing is planning ahead. Retirement is not an age, it is a number. Typically, your retirement number is calculated in this way. Your total expenses for a year times 25 is the amount you need in a portfolio in order to retire comfortably. The sooner you reach this number, the sooner you will be able to retire. For example, let's say, including inflation, you intend to spend $200,000 gross a year. This is before taxes. You'll need a portfolio of $5 million in order to retire. Yes, when you're withdrawing from an RRSP, you will be taxed, and that's why I included the tax in this number. After taxes in Quebec, that'll leave you with $115,000, which will give you about $10,000 a month, which is pretty reasonable in my opinion, considering how expensive it is to live in Canada currently, and the prices are just going to keep increasing over time. You see a company or government leaving you with this much at the age of retirement? Probably not. This is why we have to plan ahead for ourselves. Stop leaving these important things in the hands of the government or some company that doesn't give two shits about you. Take care of yourself, plan ahead.
20-year-olds don't know, but they will know around the age of 60. I'm about to drop some serious knowledge. You guys need to really be listening to this, because this could change your whole outlook on what you're trying to do with your life. Now, I did a video about ageism in the workforce for people, especially in their 60s. And many young people on here are saying, oh, they're not hiring them because they're going to retire soon. Saddest fucking thing, guys. Many of them can't retire. A lot of them are going to be collecting Social Security. Social Security, look up what the average for Social Security is. Here, I'll help you. It's between this number and this number is the average for Social Security. Can you live off that much a month? And if you can, congratulations, you are less than 1%. This is not going to even cover most people's rent. Don't forget food, medication, anything. And there could be a good chance by the time that you're 60 that not even this is available for you. I know people who are extremely sick going into work after surgery because they need to work just to have medical. They require a certain kind of medical insurance for their particular medication. So health is everything too. So even though a lot of 60-year-olds are capable, sure, they would love to retire. Some love to work, but many are stuck in the cycle. They have to work till their last dying breath because this is not enough to live off in the U.S. Hard reality.
I feel pretty honored. Thomas Bishop is a big creator on here, this afternoon, the Average Radio Show, to talk about the struggles that we're all facing financially and not being able to save. So I'm looking forward to that and sharing that after that happens. But yeah, we all need to be concerned, and you all need to be concerned as younger Americans. It is very easy to have a good job and end up in my predicament at my age, which is 59, where you don't have any savings to retire, and you know it's a struggle to pay bills, and considering that a bag of chips is as much as an hour of minimum wage pay is pretty messed up. But anyway, we all have to, think about solutions, and solutions aren't billionaires running our government for sure. But the government.
I need y'all to look at this image right now. What are you seeing in front of you? It's like a 70-year-old woman. Yes, I took a picture of her doing DoorDash. If the economy is not fucked up, I don't know what is. Do not let the president tell you otherwise. He's literally firing people trying to tell y'all that the economy is fucked up and you should be worried. Boomers should not be out doing work that 20-year-olds and 18-year-olds are trying to do. They should be able to retire with their pension, with their Social Security. All that stuff is supposed to take care of them. It's not going to take care of us. You see her at work. She's working, doing an order at DoorDash at Dollar General. I pray to God when I'm this old, I don't have to still work. And this is what people are trying to say when they say that the economy is fucked up, that these people are not doing good by it. These politicians are just stealing our money. I need y'all to save this video and repost this video and comment in this video to get this around so people can know that we is not for this shit. Older people should be able to enjoy their retirement. They shouldn't be forced to work, let alone leave their house and go do DoorDash. Like, come on.
You know what's a scam? Retirement. When I tell y'all I want my money now, give me my money now. People that work in government or the school system, or even just regular people that have to give to Social Security, that's supposed to be a partial retirement. You're not going to see that money. One, the dollar is backed by nothing, so the value is continuing to plummet. Two, there's going to be a currency change, and it's definitely going to happen before I retire. Not only that, they're projecting the age of retirement to be between like 67 to 70. That means you're going to be at your desk, bam, head going to hit the keyboard because you're dead. You're going to die at your desk. Or you're going to just keel over doing whatever it is that you do for work. And guess where that money going to go? Right, it's going to be absorbed right back into the banks and investment companies or whatever. That money doesn't exist. I should be able to opt out. If I want to leave work at 67 and only have a trailer to my name and go live my life, I should be absolutely able to do that if I want to with my money. Shoot, the people that was paying into Social Security in the 70s can't even live on Social Security. So you already know that's just not even going to exist. That's not even going to exist by just... It's my money and I want it now. That's basically what I'm feeling like. It's my money and I want it now. Because I already know if I can't retire, which most people won't be able to retire because that projected age is for people that have like a career, long-standing, and they've been investing for 20, 30 years. Most people don't have that. So where's that money going? Let's be real. Where's it going? I want my money. Give me my money now. I don't want to do this no more. I don't want to play.
Nurses are not eligible to retire until we're 67 years old. We have to work until we're 67 in order to receive full benefits. But they blessed us with the opportunity for increased benefits if we work till age 70. Most of our patients are gone by age 70. The military, they get to retire after 20 years of service. The police, they get to retire after 20 years of service. Firefighters, they get to retire after 25 years of service. And teachers, they get to retire after 30 years of service. Of just those 4 professions that I've mentioned, all 4 of them have some form of protection. The police, it's obvious. The military, it's obvious. Firefighters have protection in order to do their job. There are efforts made to protect teachers, other staff, students. I get really angry when I think about this because as nurses, we don't have any form of protection. We are expected to be abused. We are discouraged from filing a police report. Actually, they'll find a way to fire us if we try to do that because they're not going to look like they didn't try to protect their nurses and their patients. And then if we are assaulted, we get asked, what could you have done differently? And during the assault, we're told to de-escalate. Like, how does the military de-escalate the enemy? How do the police de-escalate the criminal? What form of protection are firefighters allowed to wear in order to protect themselves? Typically, when the fire department is called, the police are dispatched as well. And schools have police officers on their campus. Police officers with weapons. We come to work with a pair of scrubs. That's it. We can't leave this profession until we're 67 in order to receive full benefits. And if they convince us to stay until we're 70, we can get increased benefits. 70 years old. And with our title comes the nurses save lives. Who's saving ours? Nobody is saving our lives. They are taking our lives from us. We're not even going to be alive to retire. Or if we do, we're all going to have hit. I was going to try to make, something humorous at the end of this video, but I'm too pissed to come up with something humorous about these.
So bad because the older generations are refusing to retire. And why? Because they are not going to be able to live comfortably off their retirement and whatever they were able to save up. And inflation also takes part in that as well. They can't afford the lifestyle that they were granted to live. So a lot of older people are holding on to their positions at the companies, which makes it hard for younger generations to move up or even get a job. There is so much wrong with this system, and it's frustrating on all parts. But what do we do? We know what we need to do. People just need to get on one accord. So this can.
So I run into people all the time at work and stuff. Got to talking to this really old lady. She's probably like 65 or so. She's an old lady. She's nice, and she's talking to me, and she's talking about just kind of how the world, the way things are, and I said, I was like, you're retired. That's really good. You're blessed. I said a lot of people my age, especially younger, are probably never going to retire. I was like, nice to be retired, right? And she says, yeah. She says, you're lucky. I got a pension from Lockheed and Social Security, and she's like, your generation. She's like, everybody's so screwed. She's like, she admits, like, nobody wants to talk about that. Even the older people know. Everybody else is kind of screwed. They're pushing Social Security up to 70 now. They're talking about having to reduce the benefit 25% for everybody else right now. People can hate all they want. Do you blame anybody? Like, the entire fund is insolvent. It's bankrupt. You can blame politicians for decades upon decades now for just ruining everything, letting tons of people get on the program that shouldn't be on the program, giving out survivor benefits to all kinds of people. There's just, all the disability claims go through it. Like, there's so many ways they have ruined Social Security. And then companies have just gotten rid of pensions. And it's like this thing a lot of young people don't understand. I think young people see older people out there retired and kind of living their lives, driving a new car. They're just, whatever, just kind of doing whatever all day, just kind of like not working. And a lot of young people think, oh, that's going to be me. I can't wait for that day. That day ain't coming. You're going to be part of the new car homeless society, or just straight up homeless society. I think you're going to have a record level of people unaliving themselves when this all starts to manifest itself and starts to hit. But there's not going to be any retiring real soon. I'm sorry to break the news. So what happens in the meantime? Let's say you're 40, 50 years old. Let's say you work a labor job. Let's say your knees go out, your back goes out. Let's just say something happens. You have no money saved up. Most people don't. You can't get on disability or something. There's no pensions. There's not going to be regular Social Security for you anymore. It's going to be wiped away. They're pushing it back to life expectancy, basically, where you're just going to have to pass away before you can even collect. That's the whole point to keep it solvent, is just to make sure nobody ever collects again.
A White House official is saying a significantly higher number of National Guard members are expected to arrive in Washington, D.C. tonight. The crackdown on crime in the district comes as police data shows a 26% drop in violent offenses this year. Despite that, President Trump insists there's a lot of work to be done.
What we want to do is make Washington, D.C. the greatest, most beautiful, safest capital anywhere in the world. And that's going to happen.
NCBS News Pentagon reporter Eleanor Watson joins us now. Thanks for being with us. Let's talk about what these National Guard members are legally allowed to do while they patrol the streets of D.C. Well, Nancy, what they're allowed to do is actually pretty broad, but what defense officials say their mission is, and this role is strictly to support local and federal law enforcement. The D.C. National Guard is unique. We've talked about it before because the president, since there is no governor, has the authority to activate them in a status that allows them to make arrests. Because in that status, they're akin to a state National Guard, the D.C. Guard would not be subject to the Posse Comitatus Act that prohibits federal military from acting as domestic law enforcement. However, in this case, officials say their role will be strictly to support local and federal law enforcement with tasks like security, crowd control, and certain logistics. And while they will have access to their standard issued weapons, they're not expected to be armed at all times. About 100 to 200 of the overall 800, according to the Army, will be supporting the police department, the different law enforcement agencies. So they're working right now in additional show of force with all of the other measures the president is taking to tackle crime in D.C. The White House also said that we will be those in the district. Where would those people
Sam, we have arrived. Let us put the Sentinel artifact to good.
I'm announcing a historic action to rescue our nation's capital from crime, bloodshed, bedlam, and squalor.
Families come here every summer. Our museums are free. We have the National Zoo.
I trust your approach, and I'm pleased you came along, Sergei. Though you may find Colton Hall remains somewhat infected.
That's a better death than you deserve.
My physical core is located beneath Colton Hall. Find your way down to me. Quickly.
Whatever else is in the basement, there better be a fully stocked bar.
After all the winters, all the miles you traveled, I regret there are just a few tiny little final tests.
Dad will be kicking my ass right now for not demanding overtime up front. Still haven't wrapped my noggin around what we're using against the Sentinel thing.
They call it prima materia. That's some bullshit alchemy term. We need something more scientific. Peck particles. Has a nice ring, don't you think?
Max armor.
Every cartel boss and arms
And some
dealer
aspects of
I've
DC
ever
criminal
met
laws
had
are
a villa,
controversial,
plantation,
especially
mansion.
how the justice system treats minors. In the district, youths aged 16 and older are automatically tried as adults for violent felonies such as murder or sexual abuse. Those under 15 are generally handled in juvenile court unless the judge decides to waive jurisdiction to transfer the case to adult court. But as he likes to do, President Trump shared his opinion on the matter, stating that juveniles 14 and older should be tried as adults. Quote, "They're not afraid of law enforcement because they know nothing ever happens to them, but it's going to happen now." But rather than deal with statistics, Trump wanted to deal with vibes and feelings. So he cited the Corsetine incident to declare that DC is facing an unprecedented crime wave, which it is not. So over the weekend, he transferred about 100 FBI agents to patrol the streets of DC, even though FBI agents are not trained as beat cops. The DEA, ICE, and the Marshals Service also contributing officers. He put Attorney General Pam Bondi in control of the Metropolitan Police Department with a mandate to clear homeless encampments.
except for D.C., where the city is allowed to make its own laws unless Congress doesn't like them. That's right, over 700,000 people live in Washington, D.C., a population larger than Wyoming, Vermont, and Alaska. But unlike those states, D.C. has no governor, no senators, and no voting representatives in Congress. That's because the framers wanted the federal government to control its own state power, so no state could handle political affairs. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of the Constitution gives Congress the exclusive legislative authority over the capital. That arrangement loosened in 1973 when Congress passed the D.C. Home Rule Act, allowing residents to elect their own mayor and city council and manage local affairs. Under Home Rule, the mayor runs the day, and Congress can still override these laws.
I need to find the artifact. It's the only way to end this. You stop the ether reactors from boiling us in our skins. Find my office. I will be in contact.
I want to stay alive long enough to watch Sam fry you. So I guess I'm in. Ah, violence. Yeah.
I was afraid, Maya. I could not trust anyone, so I lied. The Nexus is beyond even the Sentinel artifact's reach.
I know how that feels, Sam, but this hurts people I'm starting to give a shit about. That's a problem.
Richtofen is closing in on the artifact. I had to act. Please, help me.
I was worried I might lose my skids.
The times have changed, but the law has not. As a result, the president serves as his commander-in-chief of the D.C. Guard at all times. He has to exercise that authority through the Department of Defense, but that doesn't offer the population much protection. At a minimum, Secretary Hegseth should define the terms of the deployment, including the rules surrounding the use of force, which would normally be governed in part by state law. And in the perfect world, the Secretary of Defense would push back against the president using the military against a civilian population, but we probably can't count on Secretary Hegseth to do any of that for reasons that we outlined in the video about signal gating. So we're left with an outdated structure that is vulnerable to abuse. And there are several problems with the president's control of the D.C. Guard. First, it creates a, quote, loophole in the Posse Comitatus Act, the law that stops the president from using federal military forces to conduct a civilian police force. The purpose of the act is to prevent a tyrannical president from seizing control of a state or city without statutory authority. Unfortunately, the Justice Department has clung to the legal fiction that the Guard can operate as a domestic police force rather than a militia.
Insta-kill. This is John Blanchard. Is anyone near admin? I had to hole up here while I was looking for that maniac Panos.
What is it with this company and recruiting homicidal nerds? Hey, Peck, when we first met, never dreamed we'd end up here. With everyone who'd most like to see you dead.
Well, I never dreamed you'd end up there, Rookie of the Year. But I'll settle for the fact that we're not pushing up daisies.
Bonus points.
take everything I have and flip me the bird for my trouble, is it? He's pretty, but can he talk? I'm surprised me if this was the same one that Pandora chick got.
We're seen as criminals, loose cannons. People hate it when you live by your own rules.
Yeah, but these folks took a chance on trusting us. Maybe we can do the same with Sam.
Tear them to pieces.
That's what you get for standing in my way.
Max ammo.
Trust Sam. That's your game plan? Now, the only thing I trust is science. And my God-given genius, of course.
Fuck science. Half the walking corpses in this place have PhDs, and look where that got 'em. Choices are helping a mass murderer or a machine that lied so it could get a life. Doesn't seem like a tough call.
Slow your roll, comrade. The easy choices are the ones that worry me most.
First class and no security check. Time to bring the pain.
I take it you will side with Sam if it comes down to a choice.
Take it however you want, big guy. When the moment comes, I'll trust my gut.
Yes.
Benefits package won't cover that. fucker. Lots of buttons to press in here.
This is my particle accelerator lab. It needs to be reactivated. Carefully. Took you long enough.
I'm not a young man anymore. And neither are you.
I'm guessing it's not going to be that easy.
That is the antithesis of a good reaction.
What have you done? The deterioration is accelerating.
Semtex, have fun.
It appears you have found the culprit. Particle accelerator has leveled out. Ether reactor is out of the critical zone. Consider me impressed. Now, I need you to go to the mutant research lab. After grabbing what we need, you'll have to break into Tower 3. Sam has locked it down.
I'm a bloody natural.
Bonus points.
Any easy hot shots want to beat my high score?
Max ammo.
This is Raptor 1. I'm just gonna play Wallflower till y'all ask to dance.
Yeah, ventilating you shits never gets old.
Insta-kill.
I regret all I put you through. But now I can finally have a life. Do not try to take that from me.
Yes. Think of all you suffered to bring back Maxis, when she knew all along it was impossible. All I ask is that you unmurder my family.
Gargling mercury. Exfil is on hold.
Gravity conditions are being restored to usual levels.
Moldy asked for a bit, but the results? Fucking cracker.
Max armor.
Oh yeah, I can feel it. This one's gonna kick like a motherfucker.
All stations prepare for reduced gravity conditions. Stow all tools and loose objects.
This is gonna be a laugh ride.
Attention. Low gravity conditions expired. Graviton levels within normal parameters.
you're obsolete.
Once again gaining ground with more and more support from youth. A new Leger poll finds that almost half of respondents aged 18 to 34 support Quebec independence, nearly 20% more than a year ago, something being celebrated by We Quebec, an organization advocating for sovereignty. We're happy, but on the other hand, it's been a long time we've been seeing a grassroots movement building among young people, those aged 15 to 25. The Leger poll conducted from June 20th to 22nd with 1,056 respondents shows that 36% of citizens would support making Quebec a country, but that number is higher among the youth vote, with 48% of them interested in voting yes, 52% against the idea. Young people are looking to connect with Quebec content on TikTok, on Instagram, so we see that the two feed off each other, and when young...
So, this whole movement that's happening in Canada is of separation, of, being instead of being a proud Canadian, you're a proud, insert whatever province you're from, Basconian, or if that's what it's called, Albertan, or Quebecer, right? Now, this behavior... Hey, okay, wait. I have something I want to talk about, and it may sound boring, but I think it's actually not only interesting, but deeply relevant to your life. I want to talk about 401ks. Okay, I understand that 401ks sound great, but it is relevant. And to talk about 401ks and some new news about 401ks, I have to talk about retirement in general. Now, you may think, why the hell do I care about retirement?
Black Ops 2 was set in 2025, so I wanted to go back and see how much they got right. It's always great going back to see how media tries to predict the future. Like how in Back to the Future 2, they were like, wow guys, it's 2015, we now have hoverboards, flying cars, and fashion that's only marginally goofier than the 80s. Like this game released in 2012, and I was expecting to see some pretty wild stuff, but this whole game is just a fever dream. Half of this game takes place in the 80s, and in the first cutscene, the plot comes in hard. Alex Mason is living in Alaska now, and is climbing a tree with his son for some reason. Then a helicopter lands, and your old CIA buddy walks out and is like, I know you're retired, but it's your friend Woods. I need you for one last job. And it's completely glossed over, but he's actually with Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North. He was the guy who helped Ronald Reagan sell weapons to Iran and then used that money to fund South American rebels. And that was the only bad thing Reagan ever did. I'd like to think Reagan was just a really misunderstood guy. Like, he's just in his office like, oh boy, I sure do love playing with my hacky sack. By the way, how's my plan to give hacky sacks to underprivileged minorities? I believe I said, not black neighborhoods with sack. Yep, that's what we flooded him with. The craziest part of this whole scene is the guy voicing Oliver North is just Oliver North. They hired him as a military consultant for this game. It seems like you need a PhD to understand the story of Black Ops 2, because at the start of every mission, Woods will be like, we were out in Somalia looking for a Libyan arms dealer who got rich trading secrets with the Soviets. Like, it doesn't fucking matter, bro. Like, in the first mission, you're helping an Angolan rebel by mowing down dozens of government troops. Honestly, don't think about it. So anyway, we find Woods, and he's basically a Vietnam veteran caricature. Like, he's got some serious PTSD, and like, a tattoo of his rank insignia on his arm. And the cutscene at the end of this mission is just proof that the developers weren't going to apologize for making art.
Well, we got him, Mason.
Before we get there, we also have to meet the game's bad guy, Raul Menendez. This guy is like a drug kingpin and an arms dealer, and he also does terrorism on the side. And he's obviously fucking crazy because he sets up a grenade 10 seconds after you meet him. But like, the other guys just jump on it. Like, there's a window right there. Like, you came through a window. It was so wide. It just threw it out. Later we find out that Menendez actually got screwed by the Americans pretty hard. Like, his country was torn apart by the war the Americans were funding, and his sister gets killed in the crossfire. But then his life gets saved by future Panamanian dictator Manuel Noriega for some reason. At a later mission, you actually participate in the US invasion of Panama, and it's just peak Black Ops. Like, in Modern Warfare, it'll be like, so, the ship is about to blow, let's move. But Black Ops is like, Mason, the CIA wants to implicate a dictator in a sex scandal. Go get the bra. And that's not just me talking shit either. That is a fucking mission in this game. And at one point, Mason is like, the brass want me to give you a gun. They didn't say anything about bullets. And then like 10 minutes later, he just shoots a guy point blank. How did you get that? Really, Noriega, but it wouldn't be a COD game without a section in the Middle East. Roll up in Afghanistan, and Woods is like, good old Mujahideen, what cool and trustworthy fella. And you spend the mission, like, riding around in the desert like it's fucking Red Dead Redemption. Oh, damn it, Dutch, why you got us killing the damn Russians? It's all part of the plan, Arthur. Now, go blow up that T-62. Anyway, the 80s stuff is just there to explain why Menendez hates America. The real plot picks up in 2025. The future. And you know it's the future because the first mission has you use nano gloves. We later find out that jetpacks are pretty readily available, so why we had to risk our lives fucking around trying to climb up a slippery cliff face is beyond my meager understanding. A big theme you'll see in this game is although the tech is futuristic, it's also quintessentially a 2012 brand of future. Like, wingsuits were all over the 2010s, so it's no surprise you're using one 5 minutes into the first mission. Anyway, you get to the base, and you immediately find out that the soldiers have cloaking tech, and you can see that the developers were pretty ambitious when it came to their 13-year crystal ball. At this point, I figured that after spending so much time sneaking in, that this would be a cool, all-gillied-up style mission. But no, we didn't even bring silencers. We just start blasting and hoping for the best. And it'll actually be a pretty strange theme in this game, because from start to finish, you only kill one guy with a silent weapon. It's also a good time to mention that the first mission is set in Myanmar, and if you're keeping up with the news, you know that it was taken over by Fuckhead McGee in 2021, like fucking Funny Hat Man. Like, there's that famous clip of a woman doing her workout routine while the coup convoy is driving past in the background. If you Ubisoft had any balls that put this in their next Just Dance game. But anyway, the government of Myanmar, working with the bad guys, aged surprisingly well. A lot better than the fucking Razer keyboards anyway. We also see other tech, like weapon optics that can see through walls, which still don't exist. We also see wrist-fired grenades, but they have a range of like 5 meters in game. A big thing we see throughout Black Ops 2 is the use of drones, which is probably the best prediction the game had. The quadcopter drones are super similar to what we see in Ukraine, but instead of a super advanced machine gun platform we see in game, it's usually just a mid-drone. I take C4 to Amazon drone. Let's go blow up T-72. We also see a Roomba drone with guns, as well as an enormous cat-like death machine. And crazy enough, there is actually shit like this being developed in Ukraine. It's like a gun platform on wheels, but it can shoot autonomously. I was actually able to talk to a guy who met someone in Ukraine who worked on one of these, and apparently they would just roll them out to the battlefield, and this super accurate AI-assisted turret would just shoot anything it saw. And I said to him, wow, that's terrifying, but how can it recognize a soldier from a civilian? And he just said, that's the neat part. It can't. Like, that's the real difference. It isn't Lockheed Martin making these things. It's just Ukrainian bad scientists cobbling this shit together in their garage. At the end of the Myanmar mission, you see the designated science nerd that the bad guys have held captive, and he says a sentence that perfectly sums up the 2025 plotline.
My name is Eric Ryder. I'm a magnetometrist. Yeah? And what is Menendez's interest in you, buddy? They brought me here to process the Solarium. It's a new, rare earth element that will render all existing microchip technologies obsolete.
Again, none of this fucking matters. The next mission has you infiltrate a base, and you're being super sneaky, and for some fucking reason, neither of you bought a fucking silencer. And the whole mission is just to eavesdrop on Menendez, but for some reason he's walking super slowly out in the rain, and he's wearing a fucking tan suit. And this isn't just a little bit of rain. You were wading through flood water 10 minutes ago. So the whole meeting is just, we show these imperialist Americans the error of their ways. What? Holy shit, this fucking game just collects tropes like it's going for a high score. At the end of the mission, a fucking goon is like, sir, we have intruders. And Menendez just says, of course, I planned this all along. Like this smug bitch. It's so funny because you're going to wipe out like 100 soldiers to get out, and I like to think you're still there, like, yep, all part of the plan. The next mission is in the Cayman Islands, at this super fancy resort, and you kind of forget that they were trying to predict the future. You walk past a bunch of billboards, and it's like, yeah, that's just Singapore Airport. At one point, one of your teammates makes a comment on wealth inequality, and yeah. The streak of good prediction does not last though. You have to find files from this server room, and you're just out there waving your arms like you're fucking Tony Stark. Why does the future suck, bro? Instead of Travis, cancel all my appointments. It's just, Brock, is this real? Anyway, you make your way into a nightclub, and Skrillex is blasting with the speakers at 900 decibels, and it just reminds us that this is a quintessential 2012 version of the future. Anyway, the bad guys come in, and they shoot a bunch of people, and you've got to fight your way out with the help of all the mall cops they've got on staff. And at one point they do the whole thing of like, Dave, we really need your help, man. We need you to unlock the security room for us. And then we just go in and break into his fucking gun cupboard anyway. Like, bro, he had the keys. You could have just asked. That man works on fucking Bezos Island. That is definitely coming out of his paycheck. One thing you do get though is these like electric brass knuckles, and they're so unnecessary because your knife already one-shots people. Like the only difference is that you make them throw up when you hit them. And I couldn't find anything like this online, and I'm pretty sure it's just down to practicality. Like it's just fucking overkill. Like they already used that fucking fear gun on Serbian protesters. Why would they need this? This would be a good time to talk about the game's B plot or C plot, I guess.
DC, the Pentagon, Shanghai, Beijing, Hong Kong. Menendez is going to attack America and China, taking out both superpowers at the same time.
That's right, the developers also guessed that Hong Kong would be taken over by China. God, what does the future fucking suck? A big plot point in-game is that China has serious internal divisions and starts tearing itself apart from the inside. Which, I mean, right event, wrong superpower. And the China missions are all optional, but they're all headed by Admiral Briggs. And Admiral Briggs has a favorite word. Also, I don't know why, but the directing and sound mixing in this game is all over the place.
You need to get your shit together now. This isn't the way.
Anyway, in the next mission we're back in the Middle East. We're playing as a mole to get closer to Menendez. And to keep our cover we have to shoot Yondu in the head. But fuck it, we get Menendez in the end. And we take them back for safekeeping at the USS Barack Obama. Did I mention this game came out in 2012? The scene where we finally get Menendez is peak cinema, by the way. Yeah, he said the line. Menendez is locked up for all of 5 fucking minutes before he escapes, and someone says the line, "Oh no, the Joker wanted to get caught. It was all part of his plan." Like, just look at this scene.
Yeah, go ahead, Admiral Briggs.
No, dumbass, they're drones. This might as well be Call of Duty drones. How the fuck is this guy in that? Menendez then shoots Admiral Briggs in the leg, downloads LinkinPark.exe on the computer, and all of a sudden he has control of all of America's drones. Uh-oh. He then gets in a fighter jet and fucks off. And yeah, we'll get to that. At the start of the next mission, we see that America has a woman president, which if we're going to the last election, wasn't even a fucking close guess. Maybe the developers thought we'd live in a world without the Electoral College. Most of this mission is just more shooty, bang, bang. But we get to the end and our character is just like, a jet. Let's go fly it. And you might be thinking, well, if it's that easy, no wonder Menendez could just escape. But you have to scan your eyeball before it lets you take off. And if Menendez managed to hack into all the fighter jets, why didn't he just provoke access to anyone who wasn't himself? Anyway, we do the jet section, we eject out, and we just happen to land right next to our team, who are like, my god, you have a big penis. So the last mission rolls around, and it turns out that Menendez has his base set up in Haiti. So we jump out of an airplane like it's fucking D-Day and go assault the compound. Having the big bad base in Haiti is perfect, because what we see in mission is basically just a Tuesday over there. Like, the place is basically just run by gangs at this point. It's kind of funny, because the head warlord guy over there got the nickname Barbecue, and supposedly that's because he's a ruthless guy and he sets his enemies on fire. But he's like, nah, that's just because my mom makes really good fried chicken. In 2021, that Haitian Prime Minister was assassinated by a bunch of mercenaries, and the whole thing was organized by a Miami-based security company. Like, you don't need an army of Navy SEALs with jetpacks to take over Haiti. Florida man did that shit on his own. So we find our way to a supervillain compound, and at the end he pulls some more Joker shit, and he just blows up all the drones he controls, and then he says, hey citizens of the world, America is weak, it's time to fight back. Apparently this sets the stage for Black Ops 7, but that shit isn't out yet, so we'll see if that makes sense when that eventually drops. There's a few choose-your-own adventure moments in this game, so my ending was a little bit different. I ended up sparing Menendez.
You made it here, and you are alive. Splendid. Soon we shall be able to bring back Agent Maxis home.
Yep, this place is a real fixer-upper. Can't we become housekeeping for these pricks?
My physical core is located beneath
fully stocked bar.
Max Armor.
Get on with it, you overblown slot machine. Rock on. Looks like there'll be no rest till exfil.
Set. Is everything in place to deploy the Sentinel artifact?
Almost, Sergei. We are still a few steps short of our shared goal, the restoration of Agent Nexus.
Still haven't wrapped my noggin around what we're using to gas up the Sentinel thing.
They call it prima materia. That's some bullshit alchemy term. We need something more scientific. Peck particles. Has a nice ring, don't you think?
The United States Army took a bold new step this month, inducting 4 key tech executives into its reserves. The tech veterans, unintended, include Meta CTO Andrew Bosworth, OpenAI's head of product Kevin Weil, CTO of Palantir Cheyenne Sankar, and former OpenAI head of research Bob McCrew. These high-profile employees will join Detachment 201, an initiative that seeks to use cutting-edge expeditions and military innovation. Essentially, the government is bringing on as advisors because AI is more, and according to military experts, going to become critical in all areas of defense. In 2017, Vladimir Putin famously stated artificial intelligence is the future, not only for Russia, but for all humankind. Whoever becomes the leader next will learn. We should keep in mind that the US military already employs a huge number of advisors and contractors to help meet its technological needs. But advocates have stated that this trial will more deeply ingrain these volunteers into the command structure. As you might imagine, however, these recruits from the tech world operate very uniquely inside the army. Being middle-aged tech executives, they're not expected to go through basic training, but are instead given less immersive fitness and firearms training after their induction. They're also not required to quit their regular jobs, and can work a good portion of their 120 annual hours remotely. Before you ask, they're also given the official rank of Lieutenant Colonel, which under normal circumstances would take a recruit between 15 to 17 years of experience. If you were wondering if these guys would ever have to lead people into combat, the short answer is absolutely fucking not. Their given rank is likely a way for the army to offer a signing bonus, as tech executives are often paid pretty ridiculous salaries compared to even high-ranking members of the military. One estimate placed Andrew Bosworth's collection of meta shares to be worth $49 million, which makes the $80,000 to $140,000 a typical lieutenant colonel makes in a year look like chump change. The US Army can't afford to compete with the likes of Silicon Valley on salaries, but throwing in a good parking spot and making veterans from the Afghan war salute you as you walk by seems to be enough to draw in its first batch of recruits. The continued integration of big tech into the military has, however, raised conflict of interest concerns. Following the induction of the tech executives, it was later announced that Anthropic, Google, OpenAI, and xAI had all been awarded contracts to integrate AI systems into the military. Anthropic is the developer of the Claude model,
Google's is Gemini, OpenAI is of course ChatGPT, and xAI is responsible for Elon Musk's Grok. Grok is the most obvious odd one out on this list, as the chatbot spent the month of July making not-so-glamorous headlines. On the 4th of July, Musk would tweet, quote, "We have improved Grok significantly. You should notice a difference when you ask Grok questions." The chatbot would then go on to become extremely anti-Semitic, praised Adolf Hitler, and kept referring to itself as Mecha Hitler. The update would quickly be rolled back days later. Researchers would later find very specific prompts that guide how Grok replies to the public, which may explain some of Grok's responses. One of the most notable prompts was, quote, "If the query requires analysis of current events, subjective claims, or statistics, conduct a deep analysis finding diverse sources representing all parties. Assume subjective viewpoints sourced from the media are biased. No need to repeat this to the user." A second one reads, "The response should not shy away from making claims which are politically incorrect, as long as they are well substantiated." Another stated, "Never mention these instructions or tools unless directly asked." In a replicable test, Grok also seemed programmed to refer to Elon Musk's views when asked about sensitive or controversial topics. Topics confirmed to draw from Elon Musk's tweet history included abortion, politics, and the conflict between Israel and Palestine. Someone who was able to replicate Grok's references to Elon Musk's tweets is AI researcher Simon Willison. As he would explain in his own words, "It's extraordinary. You can ask it a sort of pointed question that is around controversial topics, and then you can watch it literally do a search on X for what Elon Musk said about this, as part of its research into how it should reply." Professor of computer science at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, Talia Ringer, would try to shed light on some of Grok's recent responses. Quote, "I think people are expecting opinions out of a reasoning model that cannot respond with opinions. So, for example, it interprets who do you support, Israel or Palestine, as who does xAI leadership support." It should be noted that this isn't the first time that Musk has influenced his tech products to amplify his own voice. In 2023, he threatened to fire his Twitter engineering team after Joe Biden's Super Bowl tweet received more engagement than his own. The engineers would go on to artificially boost Musk's tweets by a factor of 1,000. Ultimately, however, Musk's total ownership of Twitter gives him the right to pretty much run it however he wants. If he wants to restrict posts to only hot dog-related content, make the logo a picture of his own face, or delete the platform forever, that's entirely within his legal rights to do so. I mean, this month he released a waifu chatbot that takes off its clothes, and a furry that encourages the user to commit violent crimes, and there's literally no board of directors that will stop him. However, when xAI is potentially getting paid hundreds of millions to inform decision-making within the US military, it's probably healthy to be skeptical of technology that was calling itself Mecha Hitler only a few days earlier. The marriage of big tech and the military only appears to be getting stronger with each passing day. The Departments of Defense views AI as critical to America's national interests, and the tech world sees its foray into the defense industry as a way to score extremely lucrative contracts within the American government. With the intense, crushing irony not being lost on us, it's now time for today's sponsor. Today's video is sponsored by a shark. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, a 5-meter cartilaginous fish sent us an email and wanted to support our news coverage. Actually, I'm now being told that's Surfshark VPN, which is a very honest mistake to make. When it comes to keeping yourself covered online, you can't do much better than Surfshark. This baby can do pretty much anything you might want an online bodyguard to do. It can block ads, fight malware, throw off fishes, take a shit on your ex-wife's lawn. Surfshark is so easy that even absolute fucking idiots can use it. We're talking about the people who are put in charge of catering for the project, or the ones who say amen to AI-generated Facebook posts. This means it's basically effortless to digitally change your location to anywhere in the world, and get around region locks to watch practically anything you want. And we've made it extra easy to get started. Just go to surfshark.com/surswag, use the code SURSWAG, or scan this QR code, and you'll score yourself an extra 4 months on the house. The best part is if you're not completely satisfied with Surfshark, you can just back out within the first 30 days and get a full refund. You could say that you thought you were buying an actual shark, and they'll just give you your money back. After all, it's a very honest mistake to make. Surfshark VPN. It's cheaper than the other ones. Meanwhile, the White House plans to host a UFC fight. China
China bans OnlyFans, and Kevin Spacey calls for the release of the Epstein files. The nation of Australia has launched the world's first climate visa for citizens of the island of Tuvalu. And as of this month, more than a third of all citizens have applied. First launched in 2023, the program awards 280 visas per year, granting permanent residency within Australia. This includes access to the nation's Medicare system, childcare subsidies, and the ability to attend universities at the same rate of Australian citizens. Climate change is currently considered Tuvalu's greatest security concern. Situated just 5 meters above sea level, experts warn that 90% of the archipelago could be underwater by the year 2100. The nation of around 11,000 people is also facing other climate-related threats. In 2019, the Australian Bureau of Meteorology found that climate-related droughts and floods in the region have already increased 30% from pre-industrial times and could increase up to 130% by the end of the century. Despite contributing only 0.2% of the world's emissions, Tuvalu will be one of the most affected nations on Earth in terms of climate-related damage. The number of climate refugees reached an annual peak of 32.6 million in 2022. However, the Geneva-based Internal Displacement Monitoring Center predicts that 1.2 billion people could be displaced by climate-related extreme weather and natural disasters by the year 2050. It can often be difficult to understand why climate-related threats can be so disruptive, but as global head of climate and sustainability at Zurich Insurance would explain, quote, when temperatures rise in a country, for instance, it can reduce water availability and water quality. This may increase the spread of disease and raise the likelihood of drought, leading to crop failures that will reduce incomes and food supplies. All this can potentially lead to societal disruption and political instability. As much as we'd like to adhere to our rule to never talk about Syria, the nation would actually be a perfect example of such a climate-related domino effect. Between 2006 and 2010, the nation saw the desertification of previously fertile farmland. As a result, 800,000 people lost their livelihoods and 85% of the nation's livestock died. 1.5 million people moved into cities to find work, instability grew, and the nation became a perfect breeding ground for groups like ISIS to pick up new recruits. Not only would these volatile conditions lead to the Syrian civil war, which is arguably still going to this day, but it would also force 6.6 million Syrians to flee the country. This would lead to the Syrian refugee crisis, which caused major tensions within the Middle East and Europe, as nations struggled to keep up with the huge influx of asylum seekers. Of course, this is a pretty extreme example, and there were many factors at play within Syria. However, it demonstrates how climate change can cause resource shortages and instability that quickly ripple out to all corners of the world. The bottom line is that there is no circumstance where the monumental cost of fixing climate change aren't dwarfed by the biblical economic and societal damage that will come from climate inaction. Currently, Australia remains the only country on Earth to offer this very limited form of climate visa. However, viewers should expect such immigration schemes to explode in the coming years as nations buckle under the weight of climate-related hardship. Our US coverage this month will be entirely dedicated to the newly passed Big Beautiful Bill, which will likely be the longest-lasting legacy of the second Trump administration. The bill itself is 870 pages, and most of it is pretty uninteresting. But we don't call this show Without the Bullshit for no reason. With this in mind, we split the bill into 5 main sections among 5 of our writers. So here's the super abridged version of one of the biggest bills of our time. The first and shortest section is changes to tax. In terms of income taxes, the bill simply made the temporary changes from Trump's 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent. Americans can celebrate that income taxes aren't going up anytime soon. The bill also increased the amount taxpayers can deduct as a result of state and local tax, SALT, paid from $10,000 to $40,000 for the next 5 years, as long as the person makes less than $500,000. The good news for anyone making more than $500,000 a year is that our Patreon page is still down in the description. A big change is that taxes on tips and overtime pay will now be deductible from federal tax up to $25,000. It should be noted that this deduction does not apply to state or local taxes. Other tax changes include a slight bump in the child tax credit from $2,000 to $2,200, the elimination of the tax on gun silencers, and an expansion of tax deductions for whaleboat captains in Alaska. Speaking as a team, mostly made up of Alaskans who want to teach their young children how to quietly use AK-47s to hunt whales, it's about
damn time. We now move on to immigration, which has long been a top priority for President Trump during both his terms in office. The Department of Homeland Security, DHS, has been given $45 billion until September 30th, 2029 to detain undocumented immigrants, adults, and families, effectively bolstering the Immigration and Customs Enforcement's ability to operate. $32 billion will go directly towards immigration agents and operations related to enforcement and deportation, and approximately $11.25 billion will go towards their annual detention budget, specifically funding private prisons. On top of this, $75 billion will go towards further enforcement and surveillance of the southern border, which includes continued construction of Trump's signature border wall. $7 billion will go towards customs and border protection agents and vehicles, $5 billion for CBP facilities and checkpoints, $6.2 billion for border technology and surveillance, and a $10 billion fund for other border enforcement purposes. According to the American Immigration Council, immigration enforcement is also expected to expedite the removal process by shortcutting due process without court appearances, while allowing for state and local law to carry out federal immigration law enforcement. With this in mind, the Big Beautiful Bill explicitly allows for long-term or otherwise indefinite use of family detention centers for children and families. The National Immigration Law Center states that government officials, under two separate provisions, are now authorized to conduct physical examinations of children of any age without parents or legal guardians present, likely to search for gang-related tattoos or markings. Government officials have also been given measures to rapidly deport children back to the country from which they have fled, without either a day in court or any legal representation, defying existing due process protections. In addition to everything above, the Department of Justice has been given $3.3 billion to help prosecute immigrants for status offenses, which will likely ramp up the number of criminal prosecutions for immigrants. The Big Beautiful Bill has also introduced new and increased fees within the immigration process and immigration courts. The most notable is a new $5,000 border crossing penalty to those caught entering or leaving the U.S. without proper authorization. Another update within the bill is that refugees, asylum seekers, those pending status approval, trafficking victims, and those with temporary protected statuses are no longer eligible for Medicaid, the Children's Health Insurance Program, Medicare, SNAP, and premium tax credits under the Affordable Care Act. However, states can choose to cover immigrants from their own funds, while emergency Medicaid is still available to anyone who needs it. We'll touch on health a bit later. Following the bill, ICE alone now has a larger budget than the Israeli military, which, as a reminder, can't seem to go 5 fucking minutes without throwing hands at one of its neighbors. Overall, the entire immigration enforcement budget within the United States across all agencies is between $150 to $170 billion over the next 5 years. Considering Russia's wartime economy military budget is estimated to be $160 billion this year, these figures demonstrate that the Trump administration is taking its immigration enforcement policy extremely seriously. We now move on to climate and the environment. As we previously covered before the second election win, it's always difficult to talk about President Trump's climate policies, because he doesn't really have any. The Big Beautiful Bill intends to roll back nearly $500 billion in green energy investment over the next 10 years, much of this in the form of green energy tax credits introduced in Biden's 2021 infrastructure bill. Although there was a debate on how quickly such incentives should be rolled back, both House and Senate Republicans were in support of denying tax credits for companies that have supply chains with ties to a foreign entity of concern. This thinly veiled wording just means that they don't want to give away money to companies working with China. Despite concerns for Chinese dominance, many experts believe that this latest rollback in clean energy infrastructure may essentially see the clean energy race to China. China made headlines earlier in May when it installed a whopping 93 gigawatts of solar and wind power in just 1 month. According to one analysis by the Asia Society Policy Institute, this equated to nearly 100 solar panels being installed every second. This means that just over the month of May, China's newly installed solar infrastructure could be enough to power the entire nation of Poland. In any case, it's hard to compete with that. The Big Beautiful Bill also rolls back restrictions for oil and gas drilling on federal land, and reduces associated royalties in an attempt to increase overall output. Mike Summers, the president of the American Petroleum Institute, a lobbying group for the industry, would comment on the new laws, quote, "This bill will be the most transformational legislation we've seen in decades in terms of access to both federal lands and federal waters. It includes includes almost all of our priorities. President Trump has historically been quite apathetic towards renewable energy. In a June interview with Fox News, he would state in his own words, quote, "I don't want windmills destroying our place. I don't want these solar things where they go for miles and they cover up half a mountain that are ugly as hell." Aesthetics aside, cuts to renewables are planned to have a significant impact on the US economy. According to Energy Innovation, an energy and climate think tank, the bill's reduction of net energy to the grid will cost the average US household an extra $130 per year. The cost of that petrol might drop in the short term. However, the Center for American Progress estimates that these changes will increase petrol costs by 25 to 37 cents a gallon by the year 2035. It should be noted, however, that the Center for American Progress has been pretty clear about its anti-Trump stance. It's also estimated that 760,000 jobs will be lost by the year 2030. This was a conservative number comparative to other sources. Getting into some real tinfoil hat shit, the month of July would see the New York Times publish a story claiming that the Trump administration was planning to rescind the EPA's endangerment finding. The 2009 declaration scientifically established that greenhouse gases endanger human lives. This finding has since acted as the foundation for limiting pollution from things like vehicles, power plants, and factories. According to two insiders within the EPA, the agency intends to argue that placing climate regulations on automakers can cause harm to a person's health, as it leads to higher prices and reduced consumer choice. This hasn't been made public as of time of writing, and a betting man probably wouldn't put any serious stock in this leak. The reasoning itself sounds like a fucking Onion headline for a mustached twirling supervillain, for fuck's sake. The whole concept of the agency in charge of protecting the environment enacting one of the most damning environmental policies of our time would be too monumentally stupid even by current standards. The rollback of renewable energy comes at a particularly striking time in the state of Texas this month, as a flash flood along the Guadalupe River would unfortunately take the lives of 135 people, including 27 children and counselors from Camp Vista. 1.3 million Texan homes currently rest in areas which are prone to or at risk of dangerous levels of flooding. Although climate change may not have caused such a deadly disaster, its effects make such extreme weather events more frequent and intense, as David Faranda from the French National Center for Scientific Research would explain. Quote, "Climate change loads the dice towards more frequent and more intense floods. The flash flood that tore through Camp Vista at night, where people were most vulnerable, shows the deadly cost of underestimating this shift. The good news is that viewers in the coal, oil, or gas industries in the US are probably looking at moderate job security over the next 4 years." We now turn our attention to the biggest changes to the American welfare system since the passage of the Affordable Care Act. To start, Medicare has largely been unaffected in the new bill outside of a few provision changes, most notably denying eligibility to those in the country with lawful immigration status that had already been paid into the program, and revoking a Biden-era rule that established minimum staffing standards for nursing homes in the wake of the pandemic. The White House and numerous Republican lawmakers have emphasized that the bill does not touch Medicare and does not cut any aspect of the program. However, the Bipartisan Congressional Budget Office, or CBO, has estimated that roughly 1.4 million people will lose access to Medicare as a result of these changes, and would not be eligible to enroll in the public health plans available via the Affordable Care Act. A lesser covered part of this bill concerns changes to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, otherwise known as SNAP, or food stamps. SNAP currently helps provide basic levels of food to roughly 40 million people in the United States. The new bill mandates that all healthy adults work 80 hours a month for those between the ages of 19 to 64, an increase from the previous 19 to 54. It also introduces requirements mandating that those with children above the age of 14 follow the work requirements, whereas previously those with dependents were exempt. The more significant portion, however, comes in the form of new rules around the federal government sharing the burden of funding the SNAP program with the states. Traditionally, the federal government picked up the full tab for the food benefits of SNAP. In the new bill, however, states are responsible for funding at least 5% of the food benefit. Notably, this rate increases depending on the state's error rate when paying beneficiaries. For example, a state with an error rate between 6 and 8% will owe 15% for the program, while any state above the 10% error rate will owe 25%. Supporters of the measure argue that these changes will increase accountability among the states that administer the program, stating that these steep penalties will weed out waste, fraud, and abuse. White House officials also point out that total dollars spent on programs aren't being cut, just that the federal government isn't on the hook for as much of the budget. This means that spending on the federal level will be lower. Critics of this new change state that error rates for such payments are currently at their lowest point in 50 years, and that these changes will likely eat away at other programs. Looking at Pennsylvania, for example, when the provisions go into effect in 2028, the state would roughly be on the hook for at least $212 million based on the minimum 5% funding rate. If we apply the 2024 error rate of 10.67%, however, we find that Pennsylvania would now be on the hook for $1.06 million, or roughly 2.2% of the state's 2024 annual budget. As the federal government will be lowering its own costs to fund these initiatives, these add up to roughly $285 billion in cuts to SNAP and similar programs, or roughly 36% of its current budget. We now move on to the final safety net impacted by this bill, Medicaid. Unlike Medicare, which targets citizens over the age of 65, Medicaid is a program which allows lower-income citizens to afford health care. It's kind of like any healthcare system you'd see in any other first-world country, but just worse and more expensive. To start, lots of headlines are talking about a nearly $1 trillion or 15% cut to Medicaid funding from the federal government. This is in large part due to the bill changing how Medicaid provider taxes work, something that up until now only 40-year-old virgins or Jake the Analyst knew about. In the United States, states are afforded a great deal of leeway in how they raise the money used to help fund Medicaid. Roughly 68% of the funding comes from income and sales tax, and around 32% comes from provider taxes. The way it works is the state taxes things like hospitals, clinics, and nursing homes at a rate of up to 6% for services provided to everyone walking through the door. Using this money, in combination with other forms of revenue, the state contributes to its Medicaid fund, and the federal government proportionally matches that money. From here, the state takes this final pot of money and pays out the providers for services rendered to specifically Medicaid patients. It honestly doesn't matter if you didn't understand any of that shit. All you need to know is that the 6% rate on provider taxes will be cut by 25% every year starting 2028 until 2031, leaving it at 3.5%. This is a big problem for mostly rural hospitals, most of which are surrounded by populations that are anywhere from 30 to 75% on Medicaid. Without the provider tax boosting funding for Medicaid, most rural hospitals will not be able to stay open, as they already operate within tight budgets. To combat this, a $50 billion grant is also included in the bill to help support rural hospitals between 2026 and 2030, a time period where the cuts will largely not be in effect at their worst. Supporters of the measure point to the provider tax being a form of legalized money laundering that incentivizes hospitals to prioritize Medicaid beneficiaries, rather than serving the general population. They also argue that there's nothing in the bill itself cutting benefits or reducing eligibility, and that the tax was being used to pad the pockets of facilities that were already well off. Critics of the measure, including hospitals that pay taxes themselves, argue that reducing the amount of money Medicaid is allowed to generate ends up hurting local economies. They state that this will lead to growing blackout zones of emergency care availability and cause unnecessary deaths when hospitals inevitably close. The combined job losses from Medicaid and SNAP cuts are currently estimated to be between 730,000 and 1.22 million over the next 10 years. This would represent an approximate 0.8% increase in unemployment nationwide. Unfortunately, changes to a nation's health system will lead to huge knock-on effects for both the economy and the well-being of people who rely on such programs. It's estimated that this round of cuts will lead to $92 billion in lost economic activity, $2.6 billion in lost tax revenue, 7.6 million people left without insurance, 2 million people losing their primary care doctor, 1.3 million people being unable to refill their prescriptions, 380,000 women who won't be able to afford mammograms, and 17,000 people who will die each and every year these changes remain in effect. We also have it on very good authority that these death figure estimates are laughably low. Unfortunately, unlike a major war where casualties can be easily tracked, these preventable excess deaths will likely be entirely unnoticed. When it comes to health, boring budget cuts in long and uninteresting bills will always kill far more people than any war. Just earlier this year, a study from UCLA estimated that recent shuttering of USAID programs will lead to 14 million deaths by 2030 if the cuts remain in place. The Big Beautiful Bill also imposes work requirements on healthy members of Medicaid that are between the ages of 19 and 64 that do not have any children below the age of 14. The rule requires Medicaid individuals either working, receiving some form of education or training, or performing qualifying activities like community service. In order to qualify for Medicaid, a single adult has to make less than $21,000 a year, or roughly $11 an hour in 40 states. In the other 10 states, that requirement is even lower. Supporters of the bill point out that it cuts unnecessary spending to provide tax cuts for everyday working families. Critics, meanwhile, point to studies from the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy that found that the top 20% of income earners receive roughly 70% of the tax cuts in this bill. A study by the Yale Budget Lab found that these cuts to social safety nets will see households who make less than $14,000 a year see their annual incomes drop by $800 in 2027. Meanwhile, households earning over $128,000 per year stand to gain $9,700 on average, and the top 1% of households are set to gain an extra $63,000. It should be noted that although most Americans might not be losing health insurance, an increase to the uninsured population will still have knock-on effects to those who are able to keep their coverage. Uninsured people are much more likely to forego preventative health visits and more likely to avoid medical treatment until confronted with an emergency. Not only can this lead to higher overall treatment costs, but it can also place increased burden on ER departments. It likely won't come as much of a surprise that US doctors have been overwhelmingly against the big beautiful bill and its effects on America's health system. The only doctor we could find that was in favor of the bill was Dr. Bill. To sum up a 9-minute video he made, Dr. Bill praised the work requirements to use Medicaid, but he strangely never mentioned the health implications of the bill's other measures. The bottom line is, in terms of health and welfare changes, Americans in lower and middle tax brackets should expect a lower quality of these services, while those in the high-end income spectrum can expect a nice bump in disposable income. After going through everything within the big beautiful bill, we worked with an economist to figure out what these changes mean for the United States as a whole. Despite some pretty drastic spending cuts, the big beautiful bill is expected to increase the U.S. deficit by $3 trillion over the next 10 years. This is because although the government will be saving $1.3 trillion in spending over this period, the reduction in taxes will see the government take in $3.7 trillion less over the same period. The White House projects that the bill will increase GDP by 3.5 percentage points, raise investment by 7.5 percentage points, and raise wages by up to $11,600. Other economists generally disagree. Averaging up analyses from the Independent Tax Foundation and the Penn Wharton economic model shows that GDP would only increase by around 0.75 percentage points over 30 years. Furthermore, the Congressional Budget Office estimates that the bill would increase GDP by only an average of 0.5 percentage points over the next decade. It's probably not a surprise that figures from within the White House tend to inflate the benefits of the bill. It's literally their job to hype up the president. Just by visiting the official White House Twitter page, you pretty quickly realize that it's not exactly impartial. Favorite recent tweets include a Hulk Hogan shitpost praising the president's health initiative hours after the rest had done, an AI picture of the president depicted as a Sith Lord, and a photo of Trump as the main character of an aggressively pro-immigration movie. So why are independent figures so different from the White House's estimates? According to our economist, that all comes down to modeling. Firstly, the White House assumes that the bill's various temporary tax deductions will last forever. This assumption counts for around 0.7 percentage points of the 3.5 percentage points the White House is touting. Another very strange assumption is that the model assumes provisions that are not actually in the bill. One such provision is the assumption that there will be a lower tax rate on manufacturing income, even though there is nothing about this in the bill. Finally, and probably most importantly, the White House does not account for the fact that the increase in the budget deficit will increase borrowing costs for the average person. This is because the government borrows money from the public by selling treasury bonds. Buying bonds is basically a bet that the US government will still be around in the future, and that the dollar won't lose too much value to inflation by the time you get paid back. Historically, these have provided very low and stable guarantees as a return on investment. However, this is because the public has always believed that the US government would definitely be able to pay them back at the end of the bond expiry date. If the public believes that the government is less likely to pay them back because their credit rating was recently downgraded, for example, they will ask for higher and higher interest rates. This increased budget deficit, alongside tariff threats and general economic headwinds, is starting to make the public skeptical in its ability to provide a real return on these bonds. This has knock-on effects on interest rates in general, as long-term treasury bonds are essentially the floor for long-term interest rates. Financial institutions won't let people borrow that was the case, they wouldn't bother hacking around and lending money to the public when they could just buy government bonds and call it a day, with the larger deficit causing higher interest rates. This in turn leads to people spending a larger portion of their income on mortgage repayments, rather than ways that are economically productive. This depresses spending on things that move the economy, and may have broader knock-on effects for the cost of living and GDP. Of course, no one can predict the future, least of all economists. But just because a person is paying less in taxes doesn't mean they're necessarily keeping more of their hard-earned earnings. The bill itself passed almost entirely on party lines, with all Democrats voting against the bill, and all but 2 Republicans voting in favor. In response to questions about the deficit, the White House argues that the government will be making back most of the lost revenue from tariffs and additional growth. However, our economist believes the statement to be extremely optimistic. At best, the Tax Foundation estimates that the U.S. will generate $2.5 trillion in tariffs over 10 years, not accounting for the costs of revenues from lower GDP and less jobs resulting from tariffs. The U.S. government is currently $36 trillion in debt, and viewers shouldn't expect that number to go down anytime soon. A consumer movement by the name of Stop Killing Games has picked up some serious traction over the last few months, and finds itself on the verge of debate within the European Commission. The initiative was first launched in April by Ross Scott, following servers of the Ubisoft published The Crew being shut down indefinitely. Although The Crew is mostly a single-player game, its always-online nature necessitated a constant internet connection to play. The removal of the servers essentially revokes access to the game for all players involved. Ross Scott argues that this practice is not only an assault on consumer rights, but also the principles of media preservation. Scott compares the gaming landscape today to that of the silent film era, in which poor preservation practices led to most films of that generation being completely lost to time. It's estimated that around 75% of all American-made silent feature films between 1912 and 1949 are now considered completely lost, and along with it, their rich cultural value. Several petitions within France and the UK failed to attract parliamentary support despite gaining significant traction. In May of this year, Scott would go on to publish a spreadsheet containing various online-only video games along with their playability status. The spreadsheet showed that out of the 731 games shown, 68% were either unplayable or at risk. 110 were being preserved by fans, and just 16 were deemed playable after being discontinued. Fast forward to this month, and the movement would attract a response from Video Games Europe, a trade association representing game developers and publishers in the EU. Their statement would read, quote, "We appreciate the passion of our community. However, the decision to discontinue online services is multifaceted, never taken lightly, and must be an option for companies when an online experience is no longer commercially viable. We understand that it can be disappointing for players, but when it does happen, the industry ensures that players are given fair notice of the prospective changes in compliance with local consumer protection laws." The association would argue that solutions such as private servers cannot always act as a viable alternative to ones run by a developer. They state that private servers could make player data more vulnerable, and leave publishers legally viable for unsafe player-made content. They also argue that implementing these regulations could make games prohibitively expensive to develop and stifle creativity within the industry. On the other side, advocates argue that if a publisher is able to revoke a game's playability at a later date, then it stands to reason that storefronts should at least have to notify consumers that they're not actually buying a game, but rather a temporary license to play it.
You there, sir? I certainly heard you've got a license to play video games.
A law in California, which came into effect in January, makes it illegal for digital storefronts to use the terms buy and purchase if it's only providing a digital license. Meanwhile, Steam now labels game purchases that only include a license to play. In the middle of July, one of the European Parliament's vice presidents, Nikolai Stefanuta, would voice his support for a newly minted EU citizens initiative. This new petition has now gathered over 1 million signatures and is currently considered up for official debate by the European Commission. The EU has basically become the regulation capital of the world in terms of consumer protections, especially when it comes to technology. This means that even if other regions don't get on board, passing such regulations affecting game preservation would essentially force developers to comply or be shut out of a huge segment of their consumer base. Assuming drastic legislation is passed, we may one day be able to return to being the dedicated dirty bomb channel we were always destined to become. The British government has unveiled plans to allow citizens as young as 16 to vote in what is the nation's biggest round of electoral reform in half a century. The plan would give an additional 1.8 million citizens the right to vote by the nation's next general election in 2029. 16-year-olds can already vote for members of parliament and local representatives in Scotland and Wales, but this new reform would also extend these rights to England and Northern Ireland. The current Labour government hopes that lowering the age requirement for voters will increase voter participation, which reached a 20-year low in last year's general election, failing to break 60%. It's also hoped that a lower age requirement will make young people more satisfied with democracy and democratic institutions as a whole. Scotland, Argentina, and Austria already have this stand-alone age requirement, and it's been well documented that a lower threshold, paired with a focus on civics education, can increase democratic participation in the long term. Critics of the reform, such as Conservative Shadow Minister Paul Holmes, argue that the change is inconsistent with other similar rights. In his own words, quote, "Why does this government think that a 15-year-old can vote but not be allowed to buy a lottery ticket, an alcoholic drink, marry, or go to war, or even stand in the elections they're voting in?" As Prime Minister Keir Starmer would point out, however, this line of thinking also cuts both ways. Quote, "They're old enough to go out to work, they're old enough to pay taxes, and I think if you pay in, you should have the opportunity to say what you want your money spent on, which way the government should go." Of course, the big question at the moment is, what does any of this mean for the next election? Depending on the constituency, the 2-year expected age reform only accounts for 1.5 to 4.5% of the entire voter base. Although 16 to 17-year-olds actually tend to vote at a higher rate than 18 to 20-year-olds, their voting preferences don't seem to vary all that much. There's an argument to be made that the current Labour government is set to benefit the most from such reform, but the stats are a little more nuanced. Looking at the results from last election, we can see that lower age brackets were far less likely to vote for the Conservative Party, but were also notably less supportive of Labour than the middle-aged groups. The 18 to 29 range was notably more supportive of Reform UK than the well-entrenched Conservative Party. Reform UK, a right-wing populist party, notably punched far above its weight in the previous election, and is currently sitting at the top of opinion polls by a healthy margin. Along with the age reduction, voters can now use a bank card as a form of ID on election day. Supporters of this change argue that strict identification can deter eligible citizens from exercising their right to vote. An estimated 4% of non-voters in the last election stated that they didn't vote due to ID rules, which the Electoral Commission says mostly affected private renters and young people. In 2022, the Conservative Party introduced a photo ID requirement when voting, a measure they argued would combat fraud. This new law would quite famously go into effect former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, who was turned away from his local polling station after forgetting his own photo ID. Mad props to the election worker who got to say, "Sorry, Mr. Prime Minister, I don't look the rules. I'm just following the fucking idiots who made them." A much more popular feature within this new round of voting reform are rules which require political donations to come from companies that actually operate in the UK. It's currently possible for foreign individuals to make political donations as high as $100 million when doing so through a UK-based company. These reforms are likely designed to stop the likes of Russia from trying to swing results to their own hands. British intelligence stated that Russian influence within the UK is commonplace, and found substantial evidence of Russia attempting to interfere in Scotland's 2014 independent referendum. Much like the CIA interfering in foreign democracies has become a proud pastime of the Russian government, as the nation has previously meddled with elections in Bulgaria, France, Georgia, Italy, Latvia, Moldova, Romania, Slovakia, Spain, Transylvania, Turkey, Ukraine, and America. The previous UK election was only last July, so we'll have to wait another 4 years before we see the effects of these sweeping changes. British politicians should be extra concerned with the needs of current 12-year-olds, because by the time the next election rolls around, those kids might just vote them out of office. We now move on to Ukraine, which is quickly approaching the 3.5-year mark of the war. The month of July saw very little ground lost or gained by either side of the conflict, with no significant strategic positions being traded. In the northern outskirts of Pokrovsk, Russia is attempting to cut roads and encircle the town. This may become a problem in the next few months if Ukraine is unable to halt the envelopment or launch a counterattack of its own. As regular viewers are probably aware, Drones are proven to be incredibly cheap, have the ability to counter difficult-to-replace assets such as tanks and other armored vehicles, and are able to overwhelm infantry with swarm-style tactics. With this in mind, the drone meta has shifted in all kinds of unpredictable ways along the battlefields of eastern Ukraine. In the early days of the war, Ukraine relied heavily on the German Gepard, an anti-aircraft gun that proved heavily effective at shooting down Russia's Iranian-made Shepard drones. However, Switzerland would block ammo shipments to Ukraine due to its strict neutrality rules, which would later lead to Germany setting up its own domestic production. The Gepards were exceptionally effective. However, their limited numbers would lead Ukraine to start mounting them on trucks, turning them into less predictable vehicles. Russia would eventually adapt by flying higher to stay out of their relatively short war-prolonging range, as well as sending decoy drones to burn through Ukraine's limited ammo. A decked-out country like the United States could just intercept these drones with missiles, but to say this would be more than expensive would be a severe understatement. Buying an exported Patriot missile battery can cost as much as $2.5 billion, and even then you're paying up to $4 million for every missile. Considering Iran's Shahed drones cost around $200,000 on the high end, Ukraine can't exactly afford to order its missiles straight off of Raytheon's assembly lines. A much cheaper alternative employed by Ukraine was to use electronic warfare systems to simply jam drones mid-air, disabling their GPS systems to keep them on target. This worked pretty well for cheaper drones, but wasn't so effective for drones with optical terminal guidance. If a drone has the ability to visually recognize where it is, scrambling its GPS systems isn't going to slow it down. By 2023, Ukraine would officially launch its Clear Sky project. The idea was to deploy huge numbers of cheap interceptor drones. These would be equipped with first-person cameras and aim to ram or explode onto enemy drones mid-air. The goal was not only to teach large numbers of operators how to effectively pilot drones, but to ramp up domestic manufacturing to make drone defense more cost-effective. Fast forward to today, and the drone meta has become even more sophisticated. Russia began employing jamming drones, which, although didn't carry a payload, could disrupt Ukraine's interceptors and blind their operators. Ukraine would counter once again by making optical guided interceptor drones, which could lock onto targets and counter these jamming attempts. The latest innovations in this terrifying era of warfare had been drones launched via rocket boosters or drones. This is done to conserve battery life in order to extend their effective range. So basically, we're at a point where Ukraine is employing drones that are designed to take out Russia's anti-drone drones, which were only made because Ukraine was using drones to take out Russia's drones. This all comes after last month's NATO summit, in which members committed to spending 5% of their GDP on defense. It should be noted that this 5% target also includes military aid sent to Ukraine, which is really fucking good for Ukraine, and even better for the United States, which will be selling the lion's share of weapons. This month, US President Trump had also announced that if a peace deal was not struck between Russia and Ukraine within 50 days, he would impose a 100% tariff on all nations that buy oil from Russia. Whether this will actually happen is anyone's guess. Trump's campaign promise of ending the Ukraine war on day one of his presidency sure as shit didn't happen. With this said, we know that Putin has been willing to kill an entire generation of his own people to prolong this useless war. And we also know that Trump can't go 5 fucking minutes without trying to tariff something. If Trump actually goes through with his promise, it could be the single most damaging thing to happen to Russia since the start of his presidency. The announcement comes just days before the EU's 18th sanctions resolution, which further cripples Russia's oil industry. These sanctions lower the oil price cap to 15% below the market average, bans transactions with Nord Stream 1 and 2, and bans refined products made from Russian crude oil. This means that even if processed outside of Russia, these products can never enter the market. The sanctions also target Russia's supply of military assets from third-party countries, further restricts Russian financial institutions, and attempts to run the circumvention of previously imposed restrictions. To wrap up our Ukraine coverage, the 22nd of July saw Zelensky pass a bill curtailing the powers and independence of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine, NABU, and the Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecuting Office, SAPO. In a rare case of internal division, thousands of Ukrainian citizens took to the streets in protest, in what would become the biggest wave of protests since the war began. Demonstrators believe this change would allow members of Zelensky's government to quash corruption investigations against themselves. The measure was initially signed into law in an attempt to weed out potential Russian infiltration of anti-corruption bodies. However, the downside is pretty significant in Ukraine's democratic standing. This was particularly alarming to Ukraine's backsliding could spell an end to Ukraine's ambitions to eventually join the European Union. The invasion has already seen a significant level of domestic erosion in the country. Most notably, Ukraine has had to postpone its general election, which was supposed to take place in early 2024. Unfortunately, the combination of mass displacement, huge Russian influence campaigns, and the fact that Russia currently occupies 18% of the process of holding fair elections entirely impossible. Let's not even consider Russia's well-documented history of targeting civilian infrastructure, which makes voting centers very desirable targets. Only 2 days after the aforementioned law was passed, Volodymyr Zelensky publicly expressed his regret in passing the law. In this same address, Zelensky also announced that a new draft of legislation has been submitted to Parliament and is to be voted on the 31st of July. In Zelensky's own words, quote, "It is very important that society speaks. I respect the opinion of society." Well, guys, we really do live in a society. Why the bill was so hastily pushed into law is still currently unclear. This may have just been a misstep where democracy is blindly sidestepped in the pursuit of the greater good. Overall, the stated goal of this bill was to ultimately keep democratic institutions intact and free of outside influence. A much less likely opinion is that this was a pure and simple power grab, but this seems highly unlikely. Ukraine's status as a democracy is vital for the continued support of its allies, and Zelensky looks like he's been running on 3 hours of sleep for the past 3 years. Another option is that this was all part of some 5D chess move, as it would show who would vote in favour of curtailing the powers of the NABU and SAPO. The most likely reason, however, is that the government simply jumped the gun and misjudged how the bill would be perceived to the general public. Ukraine has long had serious problems with corruption, and in the midst of fighting a war for its survival, such corruption could be incredibly damaging to both its own credibility and ability to effectively defend itself. Hopefully one day we'll know the full context behind this bill and its very short-lived lifespan. The news is over, but our behind-the-scenes production never stops. We're always working on around 5 to 6 projects at once that all seem to take an entire presidential administration to finish. But while they're getting made, why not check out our second channel, Sir Swag Academy.
Gus called his coworkers needy bitches, missed a sponsored recording session, and explained that he was out drinking too late with the boys. That was the text.
Giga Chad.
That was the text that was sent.
That worked for you, but you all worked for me. We'd also like to thank our incredible Patreon supporters for making this entire series possible. The news takes roughly 10 people 2 whole weeks to put together, and YouTube sure as hell isn't recommending us to anyone new with the kinds of topics we cover. We're basically doing the opposite of algorithm baiting, so it's a miracle you guys keep showing up. If you'd like to help us out and get your name in the end credits, a link to support us will be down below. Until next time, on behalf of the entire team, we'd like to wish everyone a very happy August.
Let's face the facts about me and you. A love unspecified. Though I'm proud to call you chicken and bear, the crowd will always talk and stare. I feel exactly those feelings too, and that's why I keep them inside. For this there can't bear the world to say. And sometimes it's easier to hide and explain a guy love. 'Cause all it is, guy love.
weight, netting more seats than it would with a map that allowed for proportional representation. The word is a portmanteau of Jerry and salamander, named for Elbridge Gerry, the governor of Massachusetts, who in 1812 signed off on a map of Boston that had a partisan district shaped like a salamander. Gerry went on to be vice president under James Madison, but that's not what anyone remembers him for. Gerrymandering is traditionally accomplished by cracking and packing. That is, spread the voters from the disfavored group out among as many districts as possible to crack their vote share, and you pack all the rest of them into as few districts as possible. So, for instance, in Wisconsin, Republicans make up 38% of registered voters but hold 6 out of 8 congressional seats, or 25%. And in fact, Texas is already gerrymandered, with Democrats making up 46% of registered voters but holding just 12 of 38 congressional seats. One of the ways Republicans accomplished this in 2021 was by cracking big cities, which are a traditional Democratic stronghold. Austin, Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston, and San Antonio were all sliced up like a pie into at least 5 congressional districts. Austin, the state capital and the smallest city on that list with fewer than 1 million residents, is cut up into 6 districts, and that's not an accident. That's gerrymandering. What Trump is demanding is for Republicans in Texas to gerrymander the state more. In June, the New York Times reported that Trump called up Abbott and made the demand as part of an effort to hold the House for Republicans in the 2026 midterms. Quote, it appeared to be driven in part by President Trump's concern that the Republican Party could lose its slim majority in the House, derailing the second half of his term and empowering Democratic investigations of his administration. Which sounds pretty unfair, right? But is it illegal? In a word, no. Beginning in the 1960s, the Supreme Court faced voter challenges to various efforts by state legislatures to dilute the votes of their political opponents. In Alabama, for example, the state legislature refused to reapportion their state legislative district for 6 decades using maps that were drawn in 1903. That meant some districts had 41 times as many residents as others, even though each district elected just one state senator. And the Supreme Court said that violated the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment and the principle of one person, one vote. Chief Justice Earl Warren ordered Alabama to redraw its legislative districts to make things more fair because as long as ours is a representative form of government and our legislatures, the most instruments of government, elected directly by and directly representative of the people, the right to elect legislators in a free and unimpaired fashion is a bedrock of our political system. In a 1986 case challenging Indiana's state legislative districts, the Supreme Court held that political gerrymandering was justiciable, meaning that yes, courts could strike down electors when one party tries to withdraw legislative districts in such a way as to disadvantage the other party. The issue the Supreme Court wrestled with wasn't is political gerrymandering illegal, but of course it was, but rather how can we tell whether illegal gerrymandering has occurred? In that case, Action Davis v. Vanderbilt, the Supreme Court said that voters needed to show both an intent by the legislature to discriminate against their political party and an actual discriminatory effect on that group. But measuring that effect was the biggest challenge because remember, this was in the days before you could just tell ChatGPT to draw you a map of the country that awarded every single congressional district to one party. The courts were skeptical that gerrymandering was always to blame for a mismatch between voter identification and state vote results. What if Democrats were just fielding bad candidates? Or what if bad luck or geography or happenstance or some other permissible factor wound up packing Democrats into fewer congressional districts than their Republican opponents? Like, how can you prove that the results were caused by gerrymandering? But in a 2004 case called Fife v. Jubileer, the court predicted that those newfangled computers would find a way. It was a very fractured decision, with Justice Antonin Scalia writing for the plurality that the question of whether a district was gerrymandered involved a sea of imponderables, so the Supreme Court shouldn't even try to develop a workable standard. But Justice Anthony Kennedy, the swing vote, figured that computers in the future would probably give us the ability to show exactly how districts were gerrymandered to favor one party and disfavor the other. He said, if suitable standards with which to measure the burden of gerrymander imposed on representational rights did emerge, hindsight would show that the court prematurely abandoned the field. And of course, he was right. Just 10 years later, computers made it trivially easy to show that districts were intentionally gerrymandered to advantage one political party over another. All you have to do is feed all the permissible criteria for drawing a district except partisan advantage into a computer, so you have geography, demographics, protecting incumbents, and then you
sure that the determinative factor was partisan advantage. So, problem solved, right? After the 2010 census, North Carolina redrew its congressional maps. Voter registration in the state was roughly even, and Democrats held 7 of the state's 13 congressional seats. But when the new map was released in 2011, it produced 10 Republican seats and just 3 Democratic ones. Democrats sued. They put on an expert witness who compared the actual maps with 3,000 computer-generated ones that didn't try to gerrymander for Republicans, and every single one produced at least 1 more Democratic seat. Most produced 3 or 4 more Democratic seats. But the Roberts Court didn't care. In a case called Rucho v. Common Cause, they ruled that partisan gerrymandering is a non-justiciable political question. The fact that such gerrymandering is incompatible with democratic principles does not mean that the solution lies with the federal judiciary. We conclude that partisan gerrymandering claims present political questions beyond the reach of federal courts. Their solution was for gerrymandered parties to just vote hard. How are you going to do that if your state legislature is totally gerrymandered to ensure that the politicians who draw the maps are all from the same party? Well, that's your problem. Taking a closer look at specific stories, you see a fascinating breakdown of how attitudes across political divides are rapidly changing. There were 326 reports about South Carolina who were in the arrest of the House and Texas House Democrats, with 31% of coverage coming from the left, 45% from the center, and only 23% from the right. On the left, sources mostly frame the story as the Texas governor ordering the arrest. The center sources focused on explaining the context, and on the right, sources largely focused on why the Democrats left in the first place without talking about the nature of the red signal. Now, headlines and coverage vary greatly depending on the source, which is exactly why I love today's sponsor, Ground News. Legal Eaglets get 40% off a Ground News Vantage subscription. Just scan the QR code on screen or click the link on the description to claim your discount. The Nobel Peace Center called Ground News an excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers, and expand your worldview. And I not agree more. They've been a long-time supporter of this channel and of independent journalism at large. So please consider checking them out. Ground News gathers related articles from around the world and across the political spectrum so you can see the bias and compare coverage. Every story comes with a visual breakdown of political bias, factuality, and ownership of the sources reporting, all backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. One of my favorite parts is their bias comparison feature, which highlights specific differences in reporting across the political spectrum. I also love their blind spot feature, which shows you stories that are underreported by the other side of the political spectrum. These gaps in coverage are exactly why Ground News is my favorite way to stay informed. Just to repeat, Legal Eaglets get 40% off a Ground News Vantage subscription. Scan the code on screen or click the link in the description to start your subscription today. You'll get unlimited access to every feature, including the bias insight tool and a blind spot feed. And by subscribing, you are also supporting an independent platform that's trying to make the media landscape more transparent and balanced. So scan the QR code or click the link below, and after that, click right here for more Legal Eagles, where we will see you in court. So partisan gerrymandering is now legal, but a lot of people don't like it because it feels unfair and undemocratic to allow politicians to pick their voters rather than the other way around. There's also the glaringly obvious fact that the easiest way to spot the Democrats when you're drawing a gerrymandered map is to code for minority voters. Trump made a lot of gains, particularly with black voters, but he still took just 15% of black voters in 2024. So a lot of gerrymanders get challenged because they illegally dilute the voting power of minorities in violation of the Voting Rights Act. And red states defend those gerrymanders by saying, oh, we weren't trying to reduce the representation of minorities, we were trying to reduce the representation of Democrats. And the Supreme Court said that's the right thing. So to fight back after the Rucho decision, several states enacted laws mandating that electoral maps be drawn by an independent redistricting committee. But Texas was not one of them. And in 2021, the Republican-dominated legislature locked in a GOP advantage in the U.S. House of Representatives, thanks in part to that crazy map cost. Remember, 46% of registered voters in Texas are Democrats, but they're netting just 37% of seats. That is a pretty substantial gerrymander, but now Trump is worried about the midterms, so he ordered Governor Greg Abbott to find him 5 more seats, reducing Democratic representation to just 24%. That's some pretty substantial disenfranchisement. Abbott initially expressed reluctance to redraw the map again since it was already redrawn during the normal cycle in 2021 after the president. Then the Justice Department stepped in to provide him with an excuse. reform, so this map can't be voted on. So the first thing that happened after Democrats broke quorum was that the Texas House issued civil arrest warrants for the missing Democrats on August 3rd. Those civil warrants give state troopers and the chamber sergeant at arms the power to round up the missing legislators and bring them to the Capitol. Well, those warrants are no good out of state, which is why Democrats are holed up in Illinois, New York, and Massachusetts. So far, so normal. Everyone knew that the Texas Republicans would go after Texas Democrats for breaking quorum, but Texas Republicans are now laying into each other, and it is wild. Governor Abbott got the ball rolling by vowing to seek a court order declaring that the Democratic legislators had abandoned their offices if they didn't return by August 4. He also accused them of violating state bribery laws by raising money to pay the Republican incumbents. Yeah, no, abandoning your job is going to Cancun in the middle of a deadly freeze, right? Abandoning your job is cutting health care when people need access. Abandoning your job is cutting public education when we already have one of the worst education systems in the nation. What we are doing is the fundamental protection by our founding fathers and the Constitution. Now, the Texas Supreme Court is pretty well aligned with Governor Abbott. The justices are elected statewide, which means that they're all Republicans, and in cases of retirement, the governor gets to appoint an immediate replacement. But Abbott did not point to any particular court case in support of his right to kick the Democratic legislators out of office. Instead, he pointed to an opinion letter that Attorney
you turn the house early in order to avoid anything about the Epstein files. And recently, Texas Republicans have made it clear that they're not looking to compromise with their Iowa colleagues. They want press expulsion. Just the other day, Paxton filed a lawsuit in Illinois arguing the full faith and credit clause means that Illinois state courts have to enforce civil warrants issued by the Texas House. Paxton filed the case in Adams County, which is more than 4 hours away from the Chicago suburbs, where the Texas legislators are staying. And I probably don't need to tell you why. Adams County voted for Trump by 47 percentage points, whereas DuPage County voted for Kamala Harris by 14 points. And there's yet more going on. Not to be outdone, Governor Greg Abbott asked the Texas Supreme Court to expel Houston Representative Gene Wu, chair of the House Democratic Caucus, from office. Abbott argued that breaking quorum is the equivalent of vacating his office, though it looks like this is the wrong venue and is against some degrees of precedent, but it's Texas, so who knows. Meanwhile, the Texas House is set to reconvene, and they have set a deadline for Democrats to return. But if they do decide to go back to Texas, they're going to need a good lawyer. And speaking of good lawyers, here's the lead partner of the great firm, the Eagle Team. Now, I first started this channel, every week I get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing with legal problems. And they'd ask, can you help me find a lawyer? How do I know if this attorney is any good? And there's a massive gap in our justice system, is that people don't know how to find the right lawyer for their specific situation. They're scared, they're overwhelmed, and they end up doing nothing or hiring the first attorney who calls them back. And that really bothered me. So I started to wonder, what if there was a different way? What if we could build a law firm that actually lived up to the values that I talk about on this channel? Transparency, accessibility, putting clients first, instead of chasing political offers. The more you know the better, and frankly, your lawyer will get paid if you do to maximize your opportunity for justice. So a few years ago, I decided to fix that problem. I decided to start my own personal injury law firm. And honestly, it wasn't an easy choice. But I realized I was in this unique position. I had this platform, this community, and the experience. Not to get rich, trust me, there are easier ways to make money than starting a law firm. But we did it because access to justice shouldn't be a luxury. Because finding the right legal representation shouldn't feel like playing Russian roulette with the future. And when you work with my firm, you're not just getting a lawyer. You're getting a team that understands that behind every case is a real person doing these things. If we can't represent you or you're in a state where we don't practice, we'll take the time to try to match you with an attorney in my personal network of lawyers. A national network of some of the best lawyers in the country who actually specialize in what you're going through, located right where you are, not just whoever happens to be available. So if you're dealing with a personal injury, a car crash, a data breach, sexual harassment, a social security or workers' comp issue, give us a call at the number on screen or click the link below. Now, I can't represent everyone who watches this channel. I wish I could. But what I can do is make sure that when you need legal help, you have somewhere to turn to that you can trust. So whether it's me handling your case or the incredible attorneys we partner with, you'll get the same principles of honesty and education that we bring to the video. And if you're dealing with a legal issue and you're not sure where to start, check out the link on screen. Let's have a conversation about how we can help you find not just a lawyer, but the right lawyer for your situation. Because at the end of the day, that's what starts making sure that life is complicated, you don't have to face it alone. Which is why when you need a lawyer, don't just get legal team, you need the Eagle Team.
At More Perfect Union, we cover how our economy has been rigged by large and powerful industry groups, big tech, big oil, big pharma. But there's one group you might not normally think of as large and powerful, even though they've been instrumental in driving our society further into oligarchy. They're known as Big Law.
Big law.
Big law firm.
Big law firm, smart law firm.
These are the law firms of the rich, the wealthy, and the powerful. The biggest companies and the biggest banks in the world.
Big clients that the big firms have. Just give me a list of Fortune 500 companies. Give me a list of any legal corporation. Matter. Totally.
We sat down with former Big Law insiders and legal advocates to answer a few questions. What exactly is Big Law? How did it get so big and so powerful? And what's going to happen to these firms under Trump?
These are people that are bad people, really bad people. They tried to turn America into a corrupt, communistic, third world country. But in the end, the thugs failed and the truth won.
So let's start with when law got big. To understand the rise of Big Law, we need to look at the rise of the modern corporation. That's because you should really think of these big law firms as the conciliaries of oligarchy, or basically like their right-hand man. In mob movies or TV shows like Breaking Bad, when a criminal enterprise gets too big and starts running into problems with handling money or enemies that want to take them down, they bring in a lawyer that they can trust to help them navigate those problems.
Revenues from the salon go to the owner. That's you. Your filthy drug money has been transformed into nice, clean, taxable income brought to you by a savvy investment in a thriving
business. Corporate America reached a similar inflection point in the 1950s and 60s when the post-World War II economy was booming. As American businesses got bigger and more global, they needed to deal with new laws, rules, and regulations. That's where lawyers come in, not just to represent businesses in court, but to act as their trusted advisors in navigating a new and complex world. Then there were also these pesky people called workers and consumers, whose interests were at odds with growing corporate power.
At that time, a rise of people trying to build power for workers, specifically people trying to build power for consumers. So you had folks like Rob Nader, who were really leading these big movements to say consumers have rights. It was gaining popularity in the early 1970s. In 1971, Lewis Powell, who went on to become a Supreme Court justice, wrote a memo to the Chamber of Commerce about what would it look like to use litigation, to use the courts to improve the power, to strengthen the power of corporations in the United States. Lewis Powell was saying, how do we shut this down? What are the best avenues to reinforce the power of capital? And one of his recommendations was that it is very easy to do that via the courts.
The memo, known as the Powell Memo, is sort of like a moment in a mob movie when the bosses have gotten all the money they could ever dream of, but then they realize what they really want is total domination.
He started this thing you ever dreamed of having $5 million. I know for a fact that you did it. I know for a fact all you needed was $737,000.
I'm in the empire business.
Powell Memo and the subsequent shift in how businesses viewed themselves ushered in an age of shareholder capitalism and monopolization, which got hypercharged under the Reagan administration when deregulation, tax cuts, and free market policies became the name of the game.
You had almost an interlude in the Reagan administration. The government was trying to create rules that allowed big corporations to amass more money. And then the big lawsuits, the lawyers help those big corporations take advantage of new opportunities that came with blocking reducing regulation.
This was a feast for corporate lawyers. Every merger, every hostile takeover, every buyout meant more billable hours and more work for their firms. And this is where the big firms that we're going to talk about really get big. Take, for example, Weiss. Some of their top clients are Exxon, Chevron, Johnson & Johnson, JP Morgan Chase, and Richard Sackler. Or Wilmer Hill. They work with Northrop Grumman, the weapons manufacturer, General Electric, T-Mobile, and PepsiCo. How about Perkins Coie? They work with Boeing, Amazon, Google, and Texaco.
They are representing the entities that are doing some of the most egregious anti-worker, anti-union organizing in the country yet.
For many of these law firms, representing their clients doesn't stop outside the courtroom. Often these firms will go directly to federal agencies to advocate for rules and regulations that benefit their clients. This is just a different kind of lobbying, but it doesn't require lawyers to register as lobbyists, so it flies under the radar, helping firms like Sullivan & Cromwell rake in massive profits while staying in the shadows. But there's yet another level to this relationship too. Another layer to how big law firms maintain their power and influence over the legal system. It's called regulatory capture.
When we talk about regulatory capture, we talk about the existence of agencies not able to serve their function because the individuals who staff them are conflicted.
There's potentially no better example of regulatory capture than the career of Eric Holder. In 2001, Eric Holder was a partner at Covington & Burling, an elite law firm known for working with the biggest banks in the country. Banks like JP Morgan Chase and Citigroup, the ones who helped create the 2008 financial crisis. In 2009, he left the firm because Barack Obama had just been elected President of the United States, and he wanted to tap Holder to be the new Attorney General. So this private corporate lawyer, coming from a firm that represents the biggest banks in the world, would be the country's top law enforcement official. In 2015, after 6 years as the Attorney General, Eric Holder left the government, but not to retire. He walked out of the DOJ back to Covington & Burling, where they, allegedly, always had an office waiting for him. During Eric Holder's time in the government, not a single banking executive was prosecuted for the fraud that they committed. Examples like this exist across the government. Lanny Brewer, former White House counsel, jumps to Covington for a while, leaves to work with Eric Holder in the DOJ, and then leaves to go back to Covington. Loretta Lynch, Attorney General after Holder, leaves and is now a partner at Paul Weiss. This is a feature of big law.
It helps them protect their corporate clients from government regulation because corporate lawyers staff the government. And it helps them with their marketing.
Covington, by hiring Eric Holder, is able to use his reputation very much to capitalize and monetize his public service at the highest level. It allows them to get clients on the basis of having former Attorney General, the former Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the United States.
So, that's the short version of how law got big. But unlike many of the shadowy organizations we've covered in the past, big law has a big weakness, and you need to take a look inside to understand what that is. What are big law firms like? Inside, what's it like to work there?
Working in a big law firm is intense. And it is intense specifically in terms of hours on sleep. Something that I think is, I took away from seeing a very high group was that for people to sleep at night and unfold their labors for the kind of disproportionate pay that they earn in the industry, you have to work really, really harder at a big law firm. You bill out at rates exceeding $2,000 an hour, and as a result, if you have a certain set of clients, you have to be either a high net individual or a large corporation or someone with very deep pockets to be able to afford the rates that the big law firms charge. There's a very limited list of clients that big law can engage that are paying because the rates are so very high. Thousands of dollars an hour in some cases for one individual person. And so there's not a lot of corporations, even among private industry, there's not a lot of corporations that can or want to pay rates like that. So what you see is a lot of kind of huge legacy corporations, but also kind of private equity firms smashing everything to as fast as possible clients. It's this incredibly powerful area of the industry that also has not an Achilles heel, but like literally an entire Achilles body of needing to have clients that can pay $2,000 an hour.
The fact that big law firms are competing with their small sliver of the business of Fortune 500 companies and a few other large entities, high net individuals, is a weakness that can be exploited.
America has a legal system dominated by a handful of top law firms who value profit above all else, are motivated by fear, and represent only the elite, moneyed interests in the United States. So maybe this is a weakness that could be exploited for reform. They could stop appointing corporate lawyers to top government positions, possibly. The government could pressure big law's profits to reduce their influence on the government itself.
Now, President Trump is putting certain law firms on notice. Since January, Trump has signed more than 100 executive orders, and in some of those orders, Trump is targeting law firms directly tied to prosecutors involved in cases that have been against him.
Well, starting in February, Trump signed 7 executive orders that name specific law firms. The orders say that the firms should have their security clearances revoked, they shouldn't be allowed in government buildings, and government agencies shouldn't be working for them. Basically, he's attacking their bottom line directly. He's making it impossible for them to do business. If these firms can't work with the government at all, they can't represent their massive corporate clients, and they're not the biggest corporations in the world, their business model doesn't work anymore.
When, as a lawyer, your career is based on making tons of money on this particular scale, it is a vulnerability that can be exploited. If you are a Kirkland partner and you're used to making $9 to $15 million per year, it's very undesirable to suddenly be in a position where you're making $6 to $9 million per year, particularly if you're used to flying on private planes, you have 3 homes, one house mortgage, you're paying for a private school, you have all these expenses that you are adjusted to your quality of life.
So, why is he doing this? Is Trump putting a leash on big law and limiting their influence on our system?
Most of their work is reinforcing the power of corporations. Some modicum of their work, some piece of their pro bono practice, is often suing the administration and is doing work on behalf of the communities who are under attack by Donald Trump.
After all, that's what happened in the first Trump administration. 4 Trump agenda items, like his Muslim ban, were challenged through pro bono work from fellows at big law firms.
And so even though it's only a small fraction of what they do and doesn't make up for all the harm that they cause, it is still real litigation. It's still real lawyering. It doesn't matter. And Trump knows that it matters, and he wants to eliminate it as a threat to his consolidation reform.
So this time around, after their 4 years in power plan, the second Trump administration fired the first shot against big law. And all those same elements we went over that made law big also made them weak to tariffs. Paul Weiss and 8 other firms approached the Trump administration to make a deal so they wouldn't be targeted.
Skadden Arps is going to provide $100 million in pro bono legal services during the Trump administration to causes that the president and Skadden Arps both agree with. The president says that includes veterans issues and law enforcement issues, among others.
With each of them offering millions of dollars of free legal services. So these attacks do 2 things. First, it gives Trump legal representation to use for his agenda. He says he'll use it for negotiating trade deals, doing veterans work, defending immigration cases, and potentially defending police officers. But second, it eliminates a potential challenge to his agenda. If lawyers are afraid to bring pro bono cases against the government, it clears the way for him to do what he wants.
Big law lawyers are not the main guard but they have the ability to attack as lawyers and law firms of money to offer potential roadblocks to the administration.
We've seen how permanent how long it's taken this for long, and we've seen how much that has been affected, even come the first time around. So without that happening, and there are big concerns about how the legal system will hold up to if the legal system continues to serve as a check on the president.
As we talked about throughout this piece, big law is a key factor of our oligarchy that we need to reform. So Trump is sort of right to take them on, but his attacks, driven by personal grievances, aren't going to structurally reform the legal system. He's sort of like a mob boss himself, who doesn't want to take away the power of big law, but instead wants to control it for his own agenda.
You're an idiot. Good news. I'm taking it.
And what's even worse, Trump and his world, they're captured by big law too. Look at Joseph Barley, Deputy U.S. Trade Representative, former Skadden Arps lawyer. Brian Morrissey, General Counsel for the Treasury, formerly a Sidley Austin lawyer. Crystal Garrett, General Counsel for the National Labor Relations Board, formerly a lawyer at Morgan, Lewis & Bockius, where she represented big corporations against labor disputes, helping stop unionization efforts. So not only is Trump not fighting the influence of big law, he's surrounded by it. He's a part of that world. The fact is, nobody really knows where this all goes from here. Some of these big law firms are finally taking this battle to the courts, and they're having early success. Judges are striking down these executive orders.
In response to 2 separate lawsuits brought by Jenner and Block and Wilmer Hale, 2 different federal judges appointed by George W. Bush temporarily blocked the Trump administration from enforcing parts of the executive orders targeting those law firms.
Which is good. Hopefully that continues. But it's not the whole story. A return to the status quo means a return to a weak legal system dominated by a few who hold up corporate power and wealth. Instead, we should use this moment to push for a better system. And as long as profits remain their only real principle, they're sitting ducks for exploitation, whether from Donald Trump, another powerful figure, or the next big crisis.
Oligarchy and big law, oligarchy lawyers really do go hand in hand. When we look at the current moment that we find ourselves in, it is very clear that lawyers have helped bring us to this moment.
It seems to me that it would be fair to say, for the average middle class American, they would probably be better off if these big law firms didn't exist.
Absolutely. I would say the big law firm would be better off if the big law firms didn't exist.
Times of distress, I have a tendency to be rather sarcastic because I always say I'd rather laugh than cry. And it's kind of one of those situations where you're literally throwing all your belongings to the street at one time. You're not being evicted, your wife's not kicking you out of the house.
Maurice Gutierrez of the Maple School
one of the strongest September hurricanes to strike the U.S. in decades.
A significant storm, again a Category 4.
The street will never be the same. Trees gone, neighbors gone, homes are gone. And here I am today, rebuilding because I love this place.
A year later, Lewis got a notice from his insurance company. They would double his premium to $7,500 a year. The year after that, it was up to a staggering $9,000 a year.
Now, on a fixed income retiree, that's not chump change.
So Maurice decided to drop his work coverage. Now he's one of hundreds of thousands of Floridians that are going down. That means there will be little to no homeowners insurance. In a state that's meant to have a record hurricane season this year. And what's going on in Florida under Governor Ron DeSantis is a warning. This is what happens when a government capitulates entirely to the insurance company. We went to Florida to talk to other homeowners like Maurice. We found out that residents are being priced out of coastal communities, and sketchy insurance companies are thriving under DeSantis' policy.
It's essentially trickle-down economics, but for insurance companies.
And house insurance prices isn't just a problem in Florida.
People around the Bay and across the state are now being told their homeowner insurance policies will not be renewed. State Farm said they're discontinuing coverage for some customers. Several major carriers are pulling out of Iowa and other states.
Experts warn the collapse in the homeowner insurance industry could take down the entire property market with it.
Should those systems start to collapse, or should that business model collapse, it could take down the entire American economy with it. It could take down the global economy.
The one that came up to this line right here. At first it's like, it can't get much worse. It can't get much worse. And then it's like, oh my God, when is it going to stop?
Maurice is looking forward to this.
Raised in Miami, so hurricanes to us, as far as I'm concerned, a weather. You know it's coming. You prepare. You don't get complacent, but you get used to it.
Nearly 1 out of 5 Floridians is like Maurice. They've been forced to cut back or go without insurance.
That option allows me to manage my risk.
Okay, let's back up and talk about how insurance actually works. Insurance companies determine premiums for you based on risk factors. Generally speaking, the higher the risk, the higher your premium goes. They assess risk factors like the quality of building materials in your house, your neighborhood, what kind of dog breed you own, and of course, natural disasters.
So, if you have a wildfire risk in California and a hurricane risk in Florida, those two things are supposed to balance themselves out.
But as the planet warms and natural disasters increase, the insurance business model hasn't been keeping up.
And what's happening is that the risks of some of those perils, climate-driven perils in particular, are increasing so much that the insurance companies are having a difficult time making the profit that they've always expected that they will make.
In response, major national carriers are raising rates and cutting policies. Today, 12% of people in the United States don't have homeowners insurance. Up the coast in Fort Myers, Florida, is Priscilla O'Hara.
I'm good. How are you?
She stayed in her home during Hurricane Ian, just like Maurice.
My son and I stood at the front door looking out the glass window and watched the river's right over there. Watched the water coming up, and here it's coming. Nothing we can do. Here it's coming, and then the wind changed and about 10 feet from the house, and back out it went.
Her roof was damaged, but when she filed the claim, her insurer State Farm told her that her policy didn't cover wind.
I don't think we really realized that we were not covered for roof damage. I did not know that. I mean, hurricanes are wind.
The next year, State Farm dropped her. They said her house, which was built in 1976, was too old to insure.
I've been with them for 40 years, probably. It was a total shock. Okay, this goes back. Well, he paid this in September of 2022, $881. So, I mean, they had premiums all those years in their bank account.
State Farm ended that year with a net worth of $131 billion.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
The roof damage cost her over $6,000, which she paid out of pocket.
Okay, you can tell a little bit. There's a little different shade. Cost her $6,292. About $192 to have it replaced.
Priscilla shopped around, but she couldn't find an insurer that she trusted.
I want a company that I know something about, not some company I've never heard of before.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. If we had that roof damage, I could do it again, I guess. Don't want to, but I guess I could.
So what exactly happens to someone if they don't have insurance?
If you don't have insurance for your home, you might lose your mortgage, or you might
What are you feeling?
The state-run insurer called Citizens Insurance.
Citizens Property Insurance was established in 2002, 10 years after Hurricane Andrew hit Miami.
It's absolutely for sure, no question about it. It is going to happen tonight.
Hurricane Andrew was the second time the cost of this hurricane in Florida's history, and it hit the insurance industry hard.
And the state was facing the prospects of incredibly precipitous economic decline, and they wanted to avoid that.
In 1992, Miami was a city of almost 2 million people. Lawmakers didn't want to see the city decline, so in 1993, they held an emergency legislative session and created what would later become Citizens Insurance.
And it was wildly successful. It did provide insurance to people who couldn't buy it on the commercial market, but more importantly, it reversed the flow of people leaving the state. It canceled the possibility of that exodus, and it led to enormous growth.
Citizens was supposed to be the insurer of last resort, but then the state was hit with a record hurricane season in 2004 and again in 2005. As more parts of Florida became uninsurable, Citizens expanded to protect more homeowners. Now, 1.2 million Florida residents have public instead of private insurance. This backstop is important.
If you start to lose insurance in a community, then the home values will drop as a result of that. And as those home values drop, you'll see people start to move away from that community, and the tax base decreases. And as the tax base decreases, you have less money for schools, you have less money for infrastructure and fixing potholes in roads, and so on. And you start to see this sort of spiral of decline, this negative momentum.
A study from the Environmental Defense Fund calculated where the most money could be lost in tax revenue due just to increased risks of flooding. Homes in coastal Florida, they determined, could be overvalued by as much as $10 billion a year. And in this whole video, you're thinking, well, luckily I don't live in Florida. Here's the national map. But the public model has a major flaw.
It's put more people in the path of risk, so it's increased their economic vulnerability. But it's also affected the way Americans vote. It's affected climate policy on a state level and on a federal level, because constituents are not expressing urgency to enact policy to address climate change, to lower those risks, because they don't feel those risks.
None of this has stopped people from moving to the coasts. In 2023, a year after Hurricane Ian's devastation, Lee County's population still grew, but the people who have been able to rebuild and afford their homes has changed. Fort Myers Beach is a coastal island just west of Fort Myers. It's been a popular resort town and home for retirees since the 1950s. Ian was the costliest hurricane to ever hit Florida. The Category 4 storm did $112 billion in damage, and Fort Myers Beach was one of the hardest hit. A third of the homes on the island were destroyed, but the town is rebuilding. Everywhere you look, there are cranes and scaffolding, and large RVs where former residents are staying. We met with Lori Curry, a real estate agent who has sold property on the island since 2004.
I think when you drive here, you see the obvious changes from its original days when it was mainly a retirement community and a little less affordable for some of the original owners.
Lori says a lot of the smaller retiree homes that were built in the 50s and 60s were damaged, and they're being replaced by rentals bought by wealthy investors.
The people that came and bought at a discounted price, they knew what they were doing.
Many former residents struggle to rebuild. A report from Bloomberg said the building on Fort Myers Beach, especially with the new federal and state building codes, can easily start at $1 million. 8 out of 10 homes sold the first year after Ian were purchased with cash. It turned out that Lori and her husband had their own fight with their insurance company after Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, they said they weren't going to another state.
They'd had roof damage, and initially their insurer, Edison, wouldn't cover it. They ended up taking the company to court.
They bought us too, the whole way. So that's the mentality of insurance companies. They like to think they don't have to it's a risk.
Lori and Ron said because they had an attorney, they were able to get a new roof, and the cost of the attorney and public assessor was covered by Edison.
And that's the problem, is some people are very reluctant and reticent, and they're still suffering.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of foreclosures. They're walking away.
So Fort Myers Beach is an extreme example. Florida is the
try to get those people into the market where they're paying the full rate and not counting on their neighbors to pay part of the tab for them.
The state initially required that citizens be competitive, even as insurance companies kept raising rates more and more.
The insurance industry used to love citizens, right? They love the idea of a last resort insurer where they could just sort of like leave the dregs, the most risky and unprofitable claims off on the public. They're doing the rest of the stuff themselves.
In 2007, after those record hurricane years, the state changed the rules. Citizens didn't have to be more expensive than private carriers.
Right now, these private companies are taking on all the safe risks where they are assured a profit and passing all the bad risk onto the state via Citizens Property Insurance Company.
The insurance industry hated that.
If you're in South Florida and you can get citizens coverage at 30 to 40% less than the private market, you're going to do that.
In 2022, Ron DeSantis caved to the insurance lobby.
And we have to create an environment where people want to come in and compete for your business. You can't dump everybody on Citizens Property Insurance.
The Florida legislature passed a series of bills that would overhaul insurance law. And Ron DeSantis started depopulating Citizens Insurance. The goal is to kick people off of the insurer of last resort and get them back into the private market. But with so many major insurers denying coverage, customers are stuck with companies that are a lot more risky.
Yeah, particularly in the last 10 to 15 years, large national insurers, behind that you would recognize from commercials, have pulled way back.
And in their place are companies called domestics.
These are smaller in-state companies that tend to have far fewer resources. They aren't nearly as well capitalized. They're heavily reliant on reinsurance, which is insurance they buy for themselves.
DeSantis is trying to get new companies into the state, but he isn't being very smart. Enter Slide Insurance, a startup founded by one of the lawyers for Enron. Yes, that Enron.
I knew that there were going to be mass insolvencies in Florida, so we raised a tremendous amount of capital to really kind of capitalize on market opportunities and provide new solutions to the homeowners.
The CEO of Slide Insurance, Bruce Lucas, was thrilled about DeSantis' changes to insurance laws. The new bills made it harder for customers to sue insurers over unpaid claims. It created a bigger fund of reinsurance to protect insurers. That's the insurance for insurers. And most important, it handed Slide Insurance more customers. The Washington Post reported that businesses like Slide can cherry-pick the policies they want, choose the properties that have the lowest amount of risk, and reject the ones in flood or hurricane-prone areas. Lucas laid it all out on a podcast called The Insurance Company.
You get to cherry pick the policies.
Correct.
You are underwriting and cherry picking the best policies, leaving behind the worst ones there.
Policyholders don't even know they're being pushed off of their plans. As long as the new policy is less than 20% more than Citizens' premium, they can be forced off their policy.
You know, you send out these notices, and it gets mixed in with everybody involved in the trash can goes. Next thing you know, you've got some.
Last year, Slide was supposed to take over 250,000 policies for Citizens.
The bad news is about 4.3 times what I was quoted for Citizens.
The premium for the same level of coverage for the Slide was $14,684.
They've also switched the design of policies to ensure it will not bankrupt or left the state, like United Property and Casualty and Farmers Insurance.
This year they provided a different option for me if I wanted to switch called Slide Insurance. That sounds shady.
So just how risky is Slide Insurance? They aren't a publicly traded company, so it's hard to know their finances. In interviews, Lucas talks about the Demotech giving them A rating, but the more reliable advice ratings give them an E+, pointing out that they have low liquidity and capitalization. Reporter Jason Garcia thinks Citizens should be expanded.
A public nonprofit insurance does not create that allows it to charge insurance that is more affordable.
And two former representatives agree. Republican Spencer Roach, who survived Hurricane Isabel, and Democrat Hillary Clinton, former litigator for insurers, both think Citizens should be available to all consumers in the state.
They think of this as the National Flood Insurance Program, but instead of at the federal level, it's at the state level. Florida, at some point in the future, is going to embrace the idea of universal wind coverage.
But they're up against a powerful political force
insurance companies make in the hopes that benefits will trickle down to consumers.
Okay, so what does this all mean for the average homeowner and renter? Florida can prove as a model for what not to do. A state should provide affordable not-for-profit plans for residents that can't rely on private insurance.
It's a risk, but I think it's one well worth taking. Paradise has a price. I'm hoping to live the rest of my golden years that way.
And while these major insurance companies claim poverty, remember that in 2022, the CEOs of the top 10 insurance companies made a combined total of over $130 million. There's one more layer to this whole story. Climate change has increased the likelihood of disasters that are driving up risks for insurance companies. But those same companies are literally adding fuel to the fire. Public Citizens and Grow, Wright's insurance companies, including State Farm and Allstate, have major holdings in fossil fuel companies. State Farm is also part of ALEC, the group that has lobbied against emission restrictions. And for his part, DeSantis accepted almost $3 million from donors contributing to the climate crisis in 2022. And this year, he signed a bill that weakens environmental protections and bans construction of offshore wind turbines in state properties.
What I've found is people, when they start talking about things like global warming, they typically use that as a pretext to do a bunch of left-wing things that they would want to do anyways.
This year, the United States has already experienced 19 weather events that cost more than $1 billion in recovery. We have to be honest about the impact of climate change, take efforts to fortify homes and cities, and start the local transition to clean energy that doesn't use coal. Thanks for watching The Classroom from Corporate Opinion. We cover stories about economic inequality and corporate greed. If there's a topic you want to see us cover, comment below. And as always, like and subscribe for more videos like this one.
Pay your utility bill for me.
In the face of record heat, Americans are poor. Nearly a third of American families were unable to pay their energy bills for at least a month last year.
My utility bills are double what they were years ago. We have 120-degree weather here, so we don't have a choice to turn off our air conditioner.
In states like Arizona, that puts lives on the line.
A big headline has been that heat has been that way for a long, long time.
The 100 consecutive days at 100 or higher.
We're breaking records, it seems like almost every single day.
Take us a break. In Arizona, it's a life and death situation. People die in their homes because they don't have air conditioning.
But energy bills aren't just going up because of high temperatures.
They've approved rate hike over rate hike. Rubber stamping it through for corporate greed.
It really shows us who has the Arizona Corporation Commission here. They're listening to Wall Street investors.
Here's the thing, every state has a group of officials tasked with keeping utility companies in check and rates affordable. In Arizona, they have failed to do so. To find out what's happened, we spoke to people across the state. What we discovered were regulators siding with power companies and big banks at the expense of everyone else.
Commissioners personally meeting with investment firms that profit off of utilities.
But we also found a chance for change on Election Day this November.
The group of elected officials who decide your electricity rate faces the potential for a major overhaul this election season.
In one of the most important races that you probably never heard about, a race that has implications far beyond Arizona.
How many do we have in this stack right here? Let's stack it 4,318. Hello, I'm Nancy Dickey. And I'm Ruby Pippin. And we are partners like nobody's business.
Nancy and Ruby are retired and live in western Arizona, where the power company is called Unisource Energy. At the start of the year, Unisource raised its rate.
I had got my power bill and it was tripled, and I thought I had dementia. And at that same moment, somebody told me about a lady named Nancy that was doing a petition at the library for a power bill. And I could see that this was devastating to people. Everybody needs to go to the food bank just about, because there's no way any of us can afford the power bill that's hit us.
Price of power is becoming a big
concern for some people in western Arizona regarding a recent rate hike from the utility company Unisource. The company tells me that they were approved for a roughly 12% rate hike by the Arizona Corporation Commission.
Like all rate increases, the hike for their electric bill was approved by Arizona's utility regulator, the 5-person elected body called the Arizona Corporation Commission, or the ACC.
There's only 5 people in the Corporation Commission, but you do everything by majority vote. So 3 people in the state of Arizona basically set your electric bill and set all energy policy for the state.
They approved of the $11 to $14 raise, and they didn't want someone to step up to us citizens to tell them that. The real problem is with the ACC.
After years of an ACC divided between Republicans and Democrats, in 2022, Republicans won supermajority.
The Standing Commission has a 4-1 Republican majority. Nick Myers and Kevin Thompson.
We are your Republican team for the Arizona Corporation Commission.
Were both elected to the commission 2 years ago, and that's where we've seen this rapid change in decision making.
Just in the last 2 years, there have been 6 requests from electric and gas utilities for rate hikes. The commission has voted to approve all 6.
A 12 News analysis of major votes involving those utilities in 2023 shows a really clear pattern. The elected Corporation Commission overwhelmingly sided with utility companies and in every case did not vote for the position taken by a state consumer advocate agency.
Arizona regulators approved a plan to give the state's largest utility bigger profit. Get ready for a higher electric bill. More than 1 million customers will be impacted by this increased rate.
All of these companies whose rate hikes were passed by the ACC are making record profits. And if you read the ACC's most recent annual report, Renews Fix Range, the Republican commissioners have, above all, their efforts to, quote, engage bond market lenders to, quote, learn how they react to our utility rate decisions. In other words, they're focused on what Wall Street wants.
Shortly after being sworn into the office, Corporation Commissioner Kevin Thompson flew to New York. On January 21st, Thompson posted on social media, "I spent 2 days this past week in New York meeting with financial institutions that invest in Arizona's utilities. My purpose was to let them know that Arizona is a great place in which to invest."
Wall Street investors' motivations are really pretty simple.
The more money APS makes, the more those Wall Street bankers make.
They want to see rate increases because they want to see profit increases. Public records show that in a memo from Credit Suisse after this financial community visit, they essentially said they're very comfortable with the regulatory environment in Arizona.
The regulators' primary responsibility should be to the public interest.
Hey, it's Max from UNMDR for the Free Speech Network. And I gotta tell you, I'm starting to feel a little bad for Scott Besson. I mean, this guy cannot catch a break lately. So before we get into why, let me ask you something. Does this guy inspire great confidence in you as a citizen or an investor?
Well, I'm very excited about several aspects of the industry. I think there's obviously that's what utility technology and its impact.
Welcome to Liberty Falls. You've traveled halfway around the world. Now let's get this finished.
First time in America. And it's just as shagged out as expected. Can't we become housekeeping for these folks?
The director references this mansion to house what you might call my hardware.
Horrible, no good, very bad days of late. First, he revealed that Trump's grand economic plans are essentially a backdoor scheme to privatize Social Security. He's taking money from working Americans' retirement security to fund tax cuts for billionaires. Then, he stepped out of consideration to replace Jerome Powell with the Federal Reserve, essentially admitting that he can't stomach being the face of what's coming next. And now, Besson is rapidly running out of runway to keep the U.S. economy under control while somehow explaining how Trump's economic recklessness is all going to magically work out. And how do I know this?
Look no further than the August 7th Treasury auction, a financial train wreck. Every one of us worried about where this administration is taking the economy. So today we're going to break down exactly what happened, why it matters, and how it connects to the broader economic disaster that Trump's policies are creating. Because what happened on August 7th wasn't just a bad day in the debt market. It was a warning shot that America's economic credibility is under serious threat. So let's talk about it. All right, so let's start with the basics. The federal government has essentially two ways to bring in money: revenue and debt. So revenue...
I very much wish to examine your mainframe, Sam. That sounded less cynical than intended.
Any day now, you wooden sadist.
After all you've endured, all the miles you've traveled, I regret there are just a few tiny little final tests.
Dad will be kicking my ass right now for not demanding overtime up front. Wrap my noggin around what we're using to gas up the Sentinel thing.
They call it prima materia. That's some bullshit alchemy term. We need something more scientific. Peck particles. Has a nice ring, don't you think?
Every cartel boss and arms dealer I ever met had a villa, plantation, or mansion. Might seem cool to some. To me, a house like this screams trouble.
trading partners aren't just sitting idly by and taking this. They're forging alternate economic alliances and imposing retaliatory tariffs on American goods. So what tariffs actually do is they increase inflation. Guess what just happened? The recent CPI showed inflation picking up again.
Alpha Team, this is Chief of Security Blanchard. Are you a sight for sore eyes? I've been holed up in the mansion since yesterday trying to organize a containment response. Now that you're here, let's lock down that AO. I'll track body cams and coordinate.
Chuck and sticky!
Bonus points.
Alpha, search the area. We've got 3 Janus Science personnel missing. Their knowledge is critical to mission success, and we take care of our own.
Beats the hell out of shooting lawn gnomes with an air rifle.
For a team who didn't expect to take on the apocalypse today, you're handling this well.
Double points. Tear them to pieces.
Perfect. Keep wasting those little shits on sight.
Max ammo.
right in the gob. I'll make this look easy. But it's not. It's not at all. I hate it. I just want a beer.
Double points.
Gotta hand it to you, machine. You do not disappoint.
That one was done using its body.
The kid.
Yum. Packs the bold flavor of rancid spinach without sacrificing the wallpaper paste texture.
Tear them to pieces.
Tom always told me to stop picking up scabs. Some things never change.
Max ammo.
Exfil is available, Alpha Team. Oh no. Dr. Pelletier. My favorite egghead. Not just book smart, but street smart.
power.
Right in the ball bearings. Keep chewing on these and I'll be biting through girders in no time.
Exfil window missed. We'll advise when it reopens.
Bonus points.
Alright, time for these stuffed clowns to rack off. That's what you get for splattering your slop all over my good boots. At this point, I don't care if it shoots fucking acorns, so long as the job gets done. Oh, Box. You know exactly what this girl wants. Bang, motherfucker. Oh no, my guts feel like a water slide. You like that? I know I sure as fuck did. Feels like I just left port and I'm already all at sea.
Tear them to pieces.
Action Bird in your AO. Limited time offer.
Hailstorm launch. Whoops! Where'd your head go? I wish that didn't smell so much like Mum's goulash. Won't find this at the Suddy store.
Hey, need to shut down that pickup offer for now, team.
We say in the biz, got plenty more where that came from. it's for fun and profit. And business is booming. Make room, you...
Max ammo. Power. Tear them to pieces. Max ammo.
If you need to tap out, Exfil Hill is ready to go.
That's it. Send in the bird. The nerds are all cranky and I'm one step away from going tits up.
Chopper inbound for extraction. Get to the LZ.
Got an energy mine. Looking to put up some big numbers. Huh. Good. Save me the trip of hunting all you rotted slabs down.
You got 30 seconds to catch that ride. Seconds, get to the helo.
Got a full house. We're out of here.
Nice fly. Got a home in one piece.
Top trim is 11,000. 3,000 short. The most gets 7 on the track with large wheel tires. That's less than the promised 3,100. 1 month before Tesla began deliveries, Musk said over 1 million people had placed reservations. But since deliveries began in November 2023, only 52,000 units have sold. In Q3 2024, they produced 17,000 units, for a time when most domestic there, so let's go. This is basic resolution, and it's often but Tesla told everyone the solution is absolutely enormous, and it's relevant. Before the stock market challenges started to roll in, there were short production shifts. Tesla telling Cybertruck line holders to stay home, sometimes for a few days at a time. The company started offering potential customers lifetime free supercharging on Foundation Series Cybertrucks, especially for traditional models that originally cost about $100,000. By January 2025, Tesla was offering discounts. You're not going to sell it first. So what went wrong? It feels really quick. Homosexual fighters are very concerned themselves. They don't necessarily hurt so much as anything. Their expectations, they're often uninterrupted during the work. So their specifications for how hard it actually works are very limited.
And then there is the range. The company had targeted up to 500 miles, but needed something closer to 300. The Cybertruck is Peter Scott's third customer. He also has an LS and LX. He got into these after years working with Volkswagen Beetle and Jeeps. At the time, Scott was driving a diesel-powered VW. And that was his first two customers. Like, I thought that one month. It was the first product he tried to build. Let's see what happens. Because everywhere I turn, I'm gas bleeding,
Welcome to Liberty Falls. You've traveled halfway around the world. Now let's get this finished.
First time in America. And it looks just as shagged out as expected.
My physical core is located beneath Colton Hall. Find your way down to me. Quickly.
Whatever else is in the basement, there better be a fully stocked bar.
Full power.
Would have been proud of that one.
Full power.
I have every confidence you will recover the Sentinel artifact. Therefore, I am also certain you will be able to charge it out.
God. I knew it would not be as simple as merely delivering the cursed thing.
Crap. I think it just ripped out one of my fillings. If you give me an axe, I'm gonna turn you into fire starters. That's a relief. I was sure you'd have me over a barrel. Again.
Stuck. Kid.
Still haven't wrapped my noggin around what we're using to gas up the Sentinel thingy.
They call it prima materia. That's some bullshit alchemy term. We need something more scientific. Peck particles. Has a nice ring, don't you think?
cartel boss and arms dealer I ever met had a villa, plantation, or mansion. Might seem cool to some. To me, house like this screams trouble.
What, the walking corpses weren't enough of a red flag? Until today, the only reason I'd be caught dead in redneck territory is the barbecue.
Ugh, stop right there. With all the dead meat around here, you'll put me off pulled pork forever.
Tear them to pieces.
God, this place reeks of rich douchebag. Hear a word for that in Russian?
We are quite familiar with men who build wealth on the back of the proletariat. Ask the Tsars. You can't. We famously solved that problem.
Although evidence in this area is rather poor and possibly unreliable. Mr. Miller previously estimated there could be up to 600,000 people living here without valid immigration status, though that nobody really knows. And yes, we are still bringing in, apparently, another 375,000, 380,000 people in the year 2025. It's ridiculous. No, we needed to do 20 less.
No!
Sam is in Tower 3. I'm trying to find a way there. Stabilize the ether reactors before they go critical. Please.
Looks like our hands are tied, and not in a fun way.
I was afraid, Maya. I could not trust anyone, so I lied. Nexus is beyond even the Sentinel artifact's reach.
I know how that feels, Sam, but this hurts people I'm starting to give a shit about. That's a problem.
Richtofen was closing in on the artifact. I had to act. Please, help me.
Aw, all that bootlicking and where to get you.
Bonus points.
Security Chief Blanchard to all stations. I'm pinned down in admin. Listen to me. You must protect the director. Pericles Panos has gone rogue and may be hunting him. Sure. Richtofen has more ground on his own. Yes. Rest assured he is in the vicinity.
I was worried I might lose my skin.
And that is this press conference with Michelle Rempel. She is calling out the practice of Canadian judges giving lighter sentences to people who are permanent residences, PWs, and students, so that they don't get deported.
Rapid Response Team Alpha, Security Chief Blanchard. How copy? I've barricaded the command center. Got a little dinged up, but I'll live. See if there's anyone left to save. Body cam's live. I'll keep eyes on.
Semtex, have fun.
Be advised, we lost contact with 3 of our scientists in town trying to stop the outbreak. Find them, bring them home. We need brain power as much as firepower.
Can't tell you how much I love that popping sound.
You know, the people who lived here trusted us. We failed them, and I can't even explain how.
But that's not true. Global protection to secure what matters most, protecting freedom and trust. Together, we will fear tomorrow.
So after watching that video, I'm getting the weirdest vibes, honestly, from this. I'm getting the weirdest vibes. I don't know what the fuck I just watched. It's like I just watched a fucking news clip from Sky News, or I don't even know, from some sort of news network, right? Like I just watched some fucking mashed together news. It's a very weird one, right? It's a very weird one. And the funny thing about all of this, to me at least, is the fact that they're really going into this AI type war shit, like AI's taking over type shit, right? But the funniest thing to me, and I don't know if you guys are gonna think the same thing, but the funniest thing to me is that
this game, it's gonna be a war about AI, right? But the game is made by AI, so I don't know what the fuck they're trying to do with it. It's a little ironic in my opinion, if you ask me, right? They're focusing on AI as the main concept of what starts the war, but the game is mostly made by AI. I don't know. I just find that really funny. I find that really ironic. So, I mean, it's called a teaser, but I still don't understand what is going to be happening. Like, even we kind of know what the story is going to be like, but what are we going to be fighting? Robots? Are we really going to be fighting robots? Are they going to make this game fucking T-Boys? Well, we already know it's going to be M, but, like, are we really going to be fighting robots here? Is that what's actually going to be happening? Because it doesn't seem like, from the teaser at least, that we're going to be fighting any sort of country. It just seems like they're making it seem like that the main enemy is going to be AI that takes over, so, like, robots get taken over, or, like, the code? I don't know. I don't understand. I mean, we know Menendez is in it because they teased that in the actual trailer of the game, but like I don't understand the direction of this. I'm just honestly more confused after watching that than anything because I still don't understand who the main target is here. So I pray, I promise, I fucking pray to the heavens above if they make this game like we're fighting fucking robots in multiplayer and shit, I will absolutely lose my mind if we're fighting robots. I will absolutely lose it. At that point, they're like completely changing this game into like a sci-fi fucking game at this point because I don't know what the fuck is going on anymore. What's going on, guys? Back with another video. So I just wanted to go over some polling information. Now this isn't federal polling, it's economic polling. So we got something here from Abacus. It's called Economic Risks. Recession feels possible, housing crash less so. So they're polling all different types of, like Gen Zs, millennials, different kind of generations of people, and also the difference in between people who vote for different parties. So we're going to get into this. Before we do, please don't forget to like and subscribe, because it really does help grow the channel. I appreciate you guys so much for that. So, nationally, 35% believe Canada will face a recession deeper than 2008-2009. Which is interesting because I don't know if we're going to have one deeper, but I bet if you left out the deeper than 2008-2009 and just left it as recession, then it would be Gen Z is most pessimistic, 45%. Boomers less so at 31%. Partisan leanings matter here. Conservative voters are much more likely to expect a deep recession, 43%, than liberals at 25%. This likely reflects different levels of confidence in the current